Wednesday, October 3rd, 2012. Jake Evans, a 17-year-old boy, said that after having a bad week, he watched the Rob Zombie movie, Halloween. He watched it 3 times before committing a crime that will forever change his life. This is the story of a boy, a movie, a crime, and a 911 call made by Jake Evans.
Okay, what's the emergency?
I just killed my mom and my sister.
A 17-year-old boy who shot his sister and mother said that watching the horror movie Halloween gave him the idea because he was amazed. He was amazed at how easy the boy was and how little remorse he had. Jake Evans had a disturbing 4-page confession which was released for his trial for the deaths of his sister Mallory and mother Jamie in her upscale home in the gated community of Aledo, Texas. The chilling confession spells the detailed thoughts and actions of the 17-year-old in the hours leading up to and during the slaying of his 2 family members. Evans is not known to be suffering from any mental illness, but he writes that after the shooting, in shock, I ran into my room and I screamed at the top of my lungs that I'm really messed up and that I killed my mom and sister. After that, he heard noises and realized that his sister was still alive. As I emptied the shelves on my bed, I heard noises and realized that Mallory was still alive. Well, I loaded the gun back up. I was shouting that I was sorry, and then I ran as fast as I could to finish her. I also made sure my mom was dead and aimed at her head. Evans said that he had watched the Rob Zombie remake of the Halloween movie 3 times earlier that week and felt it would be the same for him when he killed someone. The 2007 film is about a 10-year-old boy who murders several people and kills several others 15 years later. Evans said he also planned to get his grandparents at their home across the street and his oldest sister who was there, as well as another older sister who was home from college, according to the statement. My plan was to kill my sister and my mom at my house, and then go over to my grandparents' house and kill my older sister Emily and my 2 grandparents, Evans wrote. Authorities said that his father was out of town at the time. Evans, who was homeschooled, said that he argued with his 15-year-old sister Mallory that day after she had made a racist comment, and he felt that his family was becoming people that he hated. The people who are racist, bullies, who are full of themselves are the evil ones. And it amazes me because those 3 qualities are extremely common today. I was very sad because I felt like my own family was becoming the people that I hate, he wrote. After hitting golf balls and running errands with his grandmother and watching television at home, Evans put a knife in his pocket and thought about killing Mallory, according to the statement. But he decided to shoot his mother and younger sister with a gun stolen from his grandfather so they wouldn't feel any pain. I then spent probably over an hour walking nervously around the house, thinking how life will forever be changed and will never be the same, and how I would never see them again, he wrote. Thoughts of causing her pain kept entering my mind and were really bothering me, he wrote. But then I think about the times that she hurt my feelings or really pissed me off. Evans then reveals that he went to his sister's bedroom door and asked her to watch the movie Waterboy. But he later excused himself and went to the art room. There, he imagined what he was going to do to Mallory over and over again. That's what he told the investigators. After about 30 minutes, he came back with a knife in his pocket and thought about doing it right then and there. I sat for about 5 minutes and then playfully threw a pillow at Mallory. We started having a pillow fight in the room. After a while, I thought to myself that if I were going to do it, I wouldn't want them to feel anything. So I decided to do it with a revolver I stole from my grandfather. So eventually, Evan shot Mallory and then his mother, Jamie, with a .22 caliber, but went back and shot his sister again after realizing that she was still alive, according to the statement. He also shot his mother again to make sure she was dead. At the time of the slings, the 911 call was released in which Evans can be heard calmly explaining to the dispatcher what he did and why he did it. He told her, "This is going to mess me up in the future. I told my sister that my mom needed her. She was in her room, and she came out of her room, and I pulled the trigger. She also rolled down the stairs, and I did it again. And then I went downstairs, and I did the same to my mom maybe 3 or 4 times." In his confession, he describes the thoughts that went through his head as he realized what he had just done. "In shock, I ran to my room and was screaming at the top of my lungs that I really messed up and I ended the lives of my mom and sister," he wrote. Sheriff's deputies found the bodies of his mother and sister and arrested him. In the last lines of his confession, he wrote, "I know now, though, that I'm done with killing. It's the most dreadful and terrifying thing that I will ever experience. And what happened last night will haunt me forever." Evan's lawyer, Larry Moore, objected to the confession being released to the public as it would likely influence the jurors in this already highly publicized case. Evans was arrested at his home and taken into custody and was charged with capital murder. Police said that he was waiting outside their home with his hands above his head. Aledo Independent School District Superintendent Stan Manning told the press that both Jake and Mallory withdrew from their respective schools to be homeschooled. Jake withdrew from Aledo High School at the beginning of the school year, and Mallory began homeschooling 2 years before. His mother, Jamie, had worked for the school district for years, served as assistant principal, first grade teacher until she left in 2004. According to NBC, Evan's father was in Washington, D.C. on business. And Sheriff Larry Fowler said that the family's 2 other daughters no longer live in the house. What you're about to listen to is considered very disturbing. This is the 911 call that Jake Evans made.
Parker County 911, where is your emergency?
My house,
What's the address?
152 River Creek Lane.
Okay, what's the emergency?
I just killed my mom and my sister.
What?
I just killed my mom and my sister.
You just killed your mother and your sister? How did you do that?
I shot him with a .22 revolver.
And what is your name?
Jake Evans.
Jay Evans?
Jake Evans.
Are you sure they're dead?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to stay on the phone with me, okay? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Hold on just a minute. Where is the gun?
It's on the kitchen counter.
Okay. It's a .22?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Jake, hold on. Stay on the line with me, okay?
All right.
Jake,
Yes.
are you on any kind of medication?
No. Well, I've been going to the allergist a lot lately.
Yeah.
With my mom. But no, nothing other than that.
Okay. How old are you?
17.
You don't take any other kind of medication?
I mean, other than like Zyrtec and like Advil and, like Sudafed and stuff like that, for allergies and headaches. But
Yeah.
no.
Okay, is there any reason that you were so angry at your mother and your sister?
don't know. I wasn't. It's weird. I wasn't even really angry with him. It just kind of happened. I've been kind of planning on killing for a while now.
The two of them, or just anybody?
Pretty much anybody.
Why?
I don't know. I don't really like people's kind of attitude.
Right.
I think they're very like, you know, emotional, I don't know, verbally rude to each other and stuff like that.
Right.
I don't know.
It's okay.
It's just my family, I don't know, they're just kind of really, I guess this is really selfish to say, but to me, I felt like they were just suffocating me in a way. I don't know. I think, obviously, you know, I'm pretty, I guess, evil, but that's, whatever.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's all right. I'm listening. Okay, you have my undivided attention. Were your mom and sister in their beds?
No. This is really gonna mess me up for this, you know, in the future. See, my sister, I told my sister that my mom needed her.
Mm-hmm.
She was in her room, and she came out of her room, and I shot her, and she rolled down the stairs, and I shot her again, and then I went down and I shot my mom about maybe 3 or 4 times, but I'll never forget this.
Okay, that's fine.
My sister, she came down the stairs and she was screaming, and I was telling her that I'm sorry, but to just hold still.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, I was just gonna make it go away, you know, but she just kept on freaking out. But finally she fell down and I shot her in the head about probably 3 times.
So they're both downstairs?
Yes.
Okay, where are you?
In the kitchen.
Okay. You're not sitting by the gun, are you?
No, it's about like 10 or 15 feet away from me.
That's all right. Where's your dad?
He's out of town.
Do you know where he is? Out of town?
Washington, D.C. And for, I guess, future reference, I don't really want to see any of my family members, you know, like it, and visiting or whatever. I don't know how it works or anything, but I just don't want any type of visitors. I don't want to see.
Okay. Where do you go to school, Jake?
Well, I used to go to Leo High School, but now I'm kind of being homeschooled.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's just you and your sister and your mom and dad in the house live there?
Well, no, my dad's out of town.
Well, yeah, but normally it's just your mom and your sister and your dad and you.
Yeah, and my grandpa and grandma, they live across the street, and my oldest sister, she lives with my grandparents, and I have another sister, and she's out in college. She was going to come out to visit us tomorrow.
You don't want to hurt yourself, do you?
I'm a little freaked out about guns now.
Oh, sure. You don't want to hurt yourself.
I definitely, I assure you, I definitely don't like myself, But I'm just so freaked out by guns now, and just to let you know, like, I hate the feeling of killing someone. I'm gonna be messed up.
There are people that will help you.
Oh, God.
Well, you just take a deep breath. We have deputies coming, and they're going to help you. We're here to help you, too, okay? We're going to help you. We're not going to hurt you. All right?
I understand if y'all want to,
No, we're not going to hurt you. We're there to help you, Jake. All right, everybody thinks that, we want to do bad things, but we don't. We want to help people. Right or wrong, we want to help people. And we're going to help you. Okay? Do you understand that?
Yeah.
We're also here to help. Okay. Jake, where is the kitchen in the house? Is it the back of the house?
Yeah, kind of to the back, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. We're talking with our sergeant now. He's almost at your house. But what I'll probably ask you to do, Jake, is when he gets there, is turn your porch light on.
All right.
Okay. Okay, and what he'll probably do is ask you to come out. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So you'll be all right. You're going to be all right. Okay?
All right.
Okay, I'm going to stay on the phone with you, though, and talk with you. That's okay. And you can talk to me. I'll listen. Is there anything you want to talk about?
No, not really.
Okay. What's your grandfather's or grandparents' last name?
Stevens.
Stevens? With a V or a PH?
What's that? Stevens. Stevens.
Okay. Okay. What's your grandpa's first name?
Jim.
Jim. And grandma?
Diane.
Diane. Is it a gated community? Is there a gate?
Yes. You want the password?
Yes, please.
Three.
Wrong radio. Okay. Do you have a driver's license?
No.
No driver's license? What's your date of birth, honey?
1995.
Month?
May.
May. And the date?
May 22nd.
May 22nd, 1995? Okay.
Sunday, April 12, 1981. Sheila Sharp returned from the next-door neighbor's house to her home at Cabin 28 in the Keddie Resorts in California. What the 14-year-old discovered inside the modest four-room cabin instantly became one of the most dreadful scenes in modern American crime history. It has come to be known as the gruesome Keddie Cabin murders. This is the incident that inspired the movie, The Strangers. The Sharp family had just moved into cabin 28 a year before. Sue had just divorced her husband and brought her children from Connecticut to Keddie in Northern California. The six of them, 36-year-old Sue, 15-year-old son John, 14-year-old daughter Sheila, 12-year-old daughter Tina, and 10-year-old Rick and 5-year-old Greg, were friendly with their nearby neighbors at the Keddie resort. The night before the murders, Sheila had slept over at a friend's house down the street. John and his 17-year-old friend Dana had hitchhiked to a nearby town of Quincy for a party and returned sometime later that evening. Tina had briefly joined her sister at the neighbors before returning home to her mother, two younger brothers, and one of the neighbor boys, Justin Smart. When Sheila returned home early the next morning to find her mother, brother, and his friend bloodied on the living room floor, she bolted back to her neighbor's house. Her friend's dad retrieved the three unharmed boys through their bedroom window so they would not have to see the scene. The murders had been notably violent. Investigators were called about an hour after Sheila had discovered her slain family. Deputy Hank Clement was the first to arrive on the scene, and he reported blood everywhere. On the walls, the bottom of the victim's shoes, Sue's bare feet, and the bedding in Tina's room, the furniture, the ceiling, the doors, and on the back steps. The prevalence of the blood suggested to investigators that the victims had been moved and rearranged from the positions in which they were murdered. Young John was closest to the front door, face up, his hands blood covered and bound with medical tape. His throat was cut. His friend Dana was on the floor beside him, on his stomach. His head was badly damaged as though bashed in with a blunt object, and he laid partially on a pillow. He had been manually strangled. His ankles were tied with electrical wire. Sheila's mother had been covered partially with a blanket, though that had done little to hide her gruesome injuries. On her side, the mother of five was naked from the waist down, tightly gagged with a bandana, and her own underwear secured with medical tape. She had injuries consistent with the struggle and an imprint of the butt of an .880 pellet gun on the side of her head. Like her son, her throat was cut. All victims had suffered blunt force trauma by hammer. They also all sustained multiple stab wounds. A bent steak knife was on the floor. A butcher's knife and a claw hammer, both also bloodied, were side by side on a small wooden table near the entry into the kitchen. It would take the police hours to realize that a fourth victim, Tina, was missing. When it was eventually discovered that Tina Sharp was missing, the FBI arrived on the scene. The sheriff at the time of the murders, Doug Thomas, and his deputy, Lieutenant Don Stoy, were not initially able to discern an apparent motive. The murders at Keddie Cabin 28 appeared to be random acts of cruelty. The strangest thing is that there is no apparent motive. Any case without an apparent motive is the toughest to solve. Further, the home did not indicate forced entry, though detectives did recover an unidentified fingerprint from a handrail on the back stairs. The cabin's telephone had been left off the hook, and all of the lights had been shut off as well as the drapes closed. More confounding is that three youngest boys were untouched and allegedly unaware of the events, even though a woman and her boyfriend in the cabin next door awoke around 1:30 a.m. to what they described were muffled screams. Unable to discern where they were coming from, they returned to bed. However, though, three boys initially claimed to have slept through the massacre. Ricky and Greg's friend Justin Smart did later say that he saw Sue with two men in the house that night. One reportedly had a mustache and long hair, and the other one was clean shaven and short hair, but both in glasses. One of the men had a hammer. Justin reported that John and Dana entered the home and argued with the men, which resulted in a violent fight. Tina was then allegedly taken out of the cabin's back door by one of the men. Allegedly, a lot of potential evidence was collected at the scene, but because this was pre-DNA testing, very little helpful information was found at this time. Sheriff Thomas called the Sacramento Department of Justice, which then sent two special agents from their organized crime unit, not homicide, which struck many as odd. Immediately, the two lead suspects were Justin Smart's father and the Sharps' neighbors, Martin Smart, and his house guest, ex-convict John Bowe, who was known to have connections to organized crime in the area. Both men had been seen in the suits and ties behaving oddly in the bar that night before. Martin Smart later told the police that he had a hammer that matched the one discovered, and also that his hammer had gone missing shortly before the murders. Later that year, a knife was recovered in a trash can outside the Keddie General Store. Authorities also believe this item is to be linked to the crimes. It would be another 3 years after the Keddie murders that Tina was found. A man discovered a human skull in the adjoining Butte County, about 30 minutes from Keddie in Plumas County. Near the remains, detectives also found a child's blanket, a blue nylon jacket, a pair of jeans with a missing back pocket, and an empty surgical tape dispenser. With that, the remains of Tina Sharp had been found, which made the crimes committed on April 11th or 12th, 1981, a quadruple homicide. Meanwhile, Sheriff Thomas had resigned from the investigation 3 months in, and he took a job instead at the Sacramento DOJ. His handling of the case in retrospect would be considered disastrous at best and corrupt at worst. The Sharps' home was demolished in 2004. Remarkably, the tape of the anonymous tip regarding Tina was found sealed in case files, untouched by Plumas County Sheriff's Department until 2013, when the case was reopened with new investigators, Plumas Sheriff Greg Hogwood and Special Investigator Mike Gamberg. In 2016, Gamberg located a hammer believed to be one of the murder weapons in a dried-up pond in Keddie. Further, it came to light that Marilyn Smart, Marty's wife and mother of Justin, had left her husband on the day of the murder discovery. Afterward, she provided Plumas County's Sheriff Department with a handwritten letter sent to her and signed by her estranged husband. It read, "I've paid the price of your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we are through? Great. What else do you want?" This letter was not treated as a confession, nor was it followed up on at the time. Even though Marilyn admitted in the 2008 documentary that she thought her husband and his friend Bo were responsible, Sheriff Doug Thomas contradicted this and stated that Martin had successfully passed the polygraph test. It was later confirmed that Martin was close with the sheriff. In 2016, Gamberg met with a counselor at the Reno Veterans Administration. The anonymous counselor told him that in May 1981, Martin Smart had confessed to killing Sue and Tina Sharp. "I killed the woman and her daughter, and I didn't have anything to do with the boys," he purportedly told the counselor. When the DOJ was alerted to this confession in 1981, they dismissed it as hearsay. So who knows what happened to those boys? This is the incident that inspired the movie, The Strangers.
Keddie Resort resembles a ghost town, and a tragic event has been transformed into ugly folklore. Disturbing myths passed along in whispers of floating objects in number 28. Even a fable of the word no appearing scratched on the walls.
Certainly, if any place was haunted, that one should be, considering what went on there.
We were turned away by the owner, who declined to be interviewed. Because of its bloody past, there are plans to demolish cabin number 28. The current owner wants to build a park there, to begin restoring Keddie Resort to its former glory, to lay the past and ghost stories finally to rest. Investigators won't rest until the killers are found. In the Sheriff's Department, there's a timeline of the crime that covers 2 walls.
I do have hope that it will be solved. I do.
The identity of the killers might bring a little more peace to this part of the Sierra. For 20 years later, residents still make it a point to avoid even driving past cabin number 28. In Plumas County, I'm Manuel Ramos.
The Sheriff's Department hopes new DNA tests will reveal the killers' identities. They have sent evidence samples to the Department of Justice for testing and are waiting for the results.
She was found at the bottom of the landing, and she did not remember how she got there.
Monday, April 29th, 1985. The Smurl family was preparing for a special day, 13-year-old Heather's Catholic confirmation. They had lived in their home for 13 years, during which time they experienced a few minor paranormal occurrences. But this day would mark the beginning of something much more terrifying. As the family went about their preparations, a kitchen light suddenly began to shake violently before crashing onto the countertop, nearly missing one of the children. This unsettling event, along with others, led the Smurls to reach out to the renowned paranormal investigators, Ed and Lorraine Warren, for help. What they would endure in the days that followed could only be described as pure horror. This is the true story behind the movie, The Conjuring: Last Rites. In 1972, Jack and Janet Smurl were living in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. They had 2 daughters, Dawn and Heather. That year, Hurricane Agnes destroyed their home, and they were forced to begin a search for a new place to live in. In October of 1973, they moved into a duplex at 328 Chase Street in West Princeton, Pennsylvania, about an hour and a half from Philadelphia. They lived on one side of the duplex, and Jack's parents, John and Mary Smurl, moved into the other side in December of that year. The house, around 80 years old at this time, was the oldest in the neighborhood. They integrated quickly into the community, making friends and joining the local parish. For the first year and a half, things remained quiet in the house. After that, the family began to notice some non-threatening, unusual occurrences. A rocking chair moving back and forth on its own, drawers opening and closing by themselves, and unplugged radios unexplainably blaring music. They noticed a dark mark on one of the bedroom walls. No matter what they did to cover it up, it would reappear. They eventually opted to install wood paneling on the walls of that room. More malevolent occurrences would happen from time to time, like foul smells manifesting with no explanation, and claw marks appearing to have been scratched onto the remodeled walls. The Smurls began to work on some small renovations inside the house and thought the occasional paranormal activity to be harmless. In 1977, Mary gave birth to the twins, Karen and Shannon. Life continued on for the family until April 29, 1985, the night of Heather's confirmation into the Catholic Church. As Heather, Janet, and the other girls were finishing getting ready in the kitchen, a light that was bolted into the ceiling above the island countertop began to shake violently. It ripped out of the ceiling and crashed into the island where one of the twins was sitting. It just barely missed the young girl, who began to cry immediately. Jack and Janet swear that there was no way that the light had simply come loose. After this event, things continued to get worse. Later, Ed Warren would explain that what the family had experienced up to this point were the beginning stages of infestation. It is possible that the night of the confirmation may have angered the demon, calling him out of the shadows to release his full wrath on the Smurls in the months to come. The family spirits were high that evening, and religious songs were being sung in the house as they prepared for this event. As time passed, the family was often awakened by bizarre banging noises on the walls and ceilings. A mysterious stain randomly appeared on a brand new rug. No matter how many times the stain was cleaned, it would reappear. Eventually they gave up, getting rid of the rug itself. The family, especially Janet and Mary, began to hear disembodied voices in the house. These voices would mimic members of the family, using foul language that they usually would not speak, almost as if trying to cause division between the members of the Smurl family. During one particular event, Janet was in the basement doing laundry. She heard a voice calling her name over and over again. She looked around the basement, and as she thought, she was totally alone. Not only that, but she was also the only one home on that side of the duplex. The voice called her name again. She asked it in a terrified voice, "What do you want?" While the voice did not answer, it continued to call her name. Ed believes that these voices are often telepathically projected from the demon or spirit to the listener, explaining why it is often only the person being targeted that seems to hear the voice. The spirit would occasionally manifest itself visibly as a black mist. Yet again, both Mary and Janet claimed to be the ones who saw this activity happen most often. While folding clothes one afternoon, Janet felt a distinct chill in the air. She turned to see a black mist, human-like in shape, floating through the room. She mustered the courage to follow the mist into the living room, but of course, there was nothing there by the time she caught up with it. She immediately hurried over to the other side of the duplex to see Mary. When she reached her, she was also visibly upset. Mary told Janet that a dark figure had just come through the wall and passed through the house. Ed and Lorraine Warren would later explain that these shadow ghosts are the most dangerous. As the Smurl family women grew more terrified, the demonic presence fed on their fear and the psychic energy they put into the atmosphere, gaining strength. The horrifying events continued. Jack says that one of his earliest memories of the haunting was being touched on the shoulder in bed. Janet also claimed to have been touched on the thigh while sleeping. Dawn began to complain of ghostly figures hovering over her bed. The children would say that they heard the fluttering sound of wings in the bedroom at night. Janet would hear water running and what sounded like someone taking a bath, only to discover that there was no one in the bathroom. On several occasions, Jack thought something was wrong with the plumbing, as the toilet would seemingly flush itself over and over again. When he would try to fix the problem, he found everything to be in perfect working order. Their dog, a German shepherd named Simon, would also be attacked by the spirits. Jack and Janet would wake up to the sound of the dog howling, only to find that the dog was sleeping soundly next to their bed. He was seemingly transported, for lack of better words, throughout the house. For example, there was a time when they saw the dog cross the hallway at the top of the stairs, while Jack was sitting on the top step. When Jack called to him, he appeared at the bottom step, as if he had been at the bottom floor the entire time. The dog seemed to sense the disturbing atmosphere, often appearing on edge and uncomfortable. When no one was home, they'd lock both the front and the back doors, only to return to find one or the other not only unlocked, but open. They began to have trouble with electrical fires and new appliances. At one point, the television burst into flames. In the summer of '85, Janet was pulled from the bed and lifted some 6 feet into the air for the first of many times to come. As things began to worsen, Janet attended one of the Warrens' lectures at a local college after hearing about them from a professor. When the lecture was over, she approached them, finding them to be credible in their knowledge of the occult and paranormal. She asked for help, and soon after, the Warrens came to visit the property on January 17, 1986. The Smurls had lived in the house for 13 years at this point. Dawn was now 16, Heather was 13, and Shannon and Karen were 7. They interviewed and questioned the Smurls, even having them psychologically evaluated by professionals. Lorraine immediately picked up on 4 separate spirits in the Smurl residence: a harmless elderly woman, a young and possibly violent girl, a man who had passed in the home, and a demon who may have control over the other 3. Ed did an experiment in which he played chants through a speaker in one of the bedrooms. The Warrens began to pray together. The house and the closet in the room began to rattle. Items in the dresser began to dance, as Lorraine explained it, and an icy cold air filled the room. Ed attempted to banish the demon with more prayer and holy water. The activity suddenly stopped. Jack said he felt washed over with the wave of relief. The Warrens needed no further evidence. They recommended that the Smurls contact the Catholic Church. Following the Warrens' advice, the Smurls attempted to reach out to their priests. Unfortunately, their request for help was not received well. The priest came to bless the house, but refused to do anything further unless the diocese approved it. The diocese would not give the Smurls the time of day, asking them to provide evidence of the demonic attacks. Lorraine also attempted to reach out on their behalf and received the same answer. They told Lorraine that they had no intention of performing an exorcism on the house. The Smurls felt as though their own church had turned their backs on them, almost as if they're punishing them for seeking help. Things reached an almost unbearable level of torture by the demon in the house. Simon was thrown across the living room by an unseen force in full view of the family. Things began to go missing. including Jack's medical bracelet and some of the girls' clothing. Once in a while, these items would reappear covered in a layer of dust. Jack speculated that the items were being hidden in the attic of the house by the spirits. There were several instances in which Shannon and Karen were thrown from their bunk beds in the middle of the night. Janet would recount to the Warrens a night in which she and Jack were up talking in their bedroom at 1 a.m. After hearing a loud bang, they emerged into the hallway to find Shannon laying at the bottom of the staircase. She had no idea how she had even gotten there. Even the neighbors were reported hearing screaming and seeing lights flashing in the house while no one was home. Jack's mother suffered a heart attack, and the paranormal activity began to take a psychological toll on every member of the family, even driving a wedge in Jack and Janet's marriage. Janet continued to be pulled from the bed, even with Jack in the room. She claims that the shadow figure would touch her thighs and even do inappropriate things to her. She recounts times when she would be lying right next to Jack, screaming his name, trying to wake him, but he would not budge. Ed describes this as phantomania, or psychic paralyzation, in which the demon is controlling the body even without the victim being aware, such as preventing them from waking up during sleep. Jack also claims that he's been touched inappropriately by the demon, recounting a particularly traumatic event happening in the evening in which he was watching a baseball game when a woman appeared to him in the living room, and he even says that he hates to think about her. Jack would describe the woman in detail and how he was powerless. Ed would say in a future interview with his son-in-law, Tony Sperr, that Jack hated to talk about the encounter with the demon, and it had deeply affected him for the rest of his life. When the family would attempt to escape the terror, such as going on a camping trip for a few days, strange things would continue to happen around them, or one of the family members would catch a glimpse of the black mist. They realized that even if they were to move or leave the property for good, the demonic presence had latched onto them, and they would continue to be followed. Ed and Lorraine Warren began to realize that they were dealing with a succubus, which would explain why many of the attacks were on the matriarchs of the family. They wanted to drive them out and separate them from Jack and John. Ed explains that the succubus commits these acts purely to insult God and the creation of birth. They believe that there are a few reasons that the succubus could have been driven out of hiding: the Smurl's strong faith in God, Heather and Don reaching puberty, and renovations occurring in the home. Now knowing the full severity of the situation, they brought in a family friend, Father Robert McKenna. He had worked with the Warrens for many years and performed countless exorcisms during his career. Father McKenna had carried out the exorcism on a Smurl home, carrying a crucifix, a rosary, and holy water. He went from room to room performing the rites. He went outside and performed the ritual around the perimeter of the house as well. The exorcism provided temporary relief for the family, but after a short while, the activity resumed. The rapping on the wall, foul odors, and levitating objects marked the return of the demon. Father McKenna returned for a second attempt, performing the exorcism once more. Over the next few days and weeks, things were peaceful. The Warrens would say that the hold the demon had on the Smurl family was one of the strongest that they had ever encountered. Once again, the exorcism was unsuccessful in expelling the demon, and activity ramped up once more. Ed said that the exorcisms weren't successful because God was not yet ready to show his power over this evil. The family was exhausted, and their anger began to grow over the lack of help and support from their own church. They decided to take their story public in hopes to shaming the church into assisting them. They appeared on several talk shows, and their story appeared in local newspapers. They even collaborated with the Warrens on the publication of a book about their story, and it's called The Haunted. They quickly regretted this, as the media was relentless and the family was under constant scrutiny and speculation. The best thing to come out of their decision to go public was a large prayer group showing up at their home to hold a candlelit prayer session with the family. During this time, a few priests attempted to visit the home, including one who stayed with them for 2 days, seeking proof of the Smurl's claims. Of course, the demon hid away during those 48 hours, and little to no activity happened. So he left promptly, without helping the family. In 1987, at their wits' end with the attacks and tired of being harassed by the reporters and random strangers outside of their home, the Smurls moved back to Wilkes-Barre. Apparently, just as they suspected it would, strange phenomena followed them. One man, who was studying to be a priest in Rome, read the book and was appalled by the Catholic Church's lack of action to uplift a needy family. He wrote a letter which he sent to the Cardinal Ratzinger at the Vatican. The Cardinal reached out to the Smurl family's church, and within days, the same priest who had refused them was knocking on the door at their new home in Wilkes-Barre. He brought them a small gift as an apology. He announced that Rome had intervened. It was sending an exorcist to clear the Wilkes-Barre residents of the evil presence. Upon the performance of the exorcism, the demon, perhaps weakened by the change in environment, was finally expelled. The Smurls finally lived in peace after this event and never reported any further activity to the church or the Warrens. Since the haunting of the Smurl family went public, there has been much speculation around their case. Like many others the Warrens were involved in, critics believe that the family was in league with the couple to make money off of a fabricated story. In most people's opinion, this is one of the most believable demonic hauntings that they've ever seen or studied. This is the true story behind The Conjuring, Last Rites.
The Smurls were the all-American family, really. You know, they were civic-minded. They had, in fact, Jack Smurl had started the first girls basketball team, the West Piston. They were all around American family. So people would say, well, what did they do to open up the doors? They didn't do anything. They are what we call the chosen ones. When I say chosen ones, this family here, very religiously oriented, good Catholics, good Christians, were picked for one purpose. God wanted to show his power over evil, and these were the people he did it through.
It says here,
people hear voices like this in their homes. They hear the wife pull up in a car, open the door, come in, set the groceries down. The husband will yell up, "You're home, honey?" He goes up, there's nobody there. These sounds come through telepathy. They're telepathically projected to the listener.
Now,
this is what she was hearing.
Now, you also notice, Tony, now they're beginning to show fear.
yeah, because it says here that she immediately located her rosary beads and began praying.
Yes.
And it says in another incident, while folding clothes one afternoon, Janet felt a sudden chill enter the room. She glanced up and watched as a dark figure.
Some ghosts are the most dangerous. They can actually solidify to the extent that they're almost like cement.
And of course, Tony, they could walk right through the walls.
Oh, no
Doesn't
problem.
mean anything whatsoever. But now both women are frightened, so now they're feeding it.
Says there were also incidents that occurred in full view of more than one family member. An exceptionally disturbing event occurred one night in the summer of '85.
What happens here is that solidification takes place around Janet's leg, almost as though somebody was grabbing her and pulls her out of the bed. Fortunately, Jack was holding on to her. But most of the time, the husband can't even hold on to the wife. She's just pulled right out. These are, again, all the beginning stages of infestation. Much worse things are going to take place in this family. The levitations, the smells, the odor that they smell.
Yeah, that's the demonic.
Inhuman spirits, devils or demons, hate human beings. They were created by God. They go into the dark areas during the light hours of the day. Where do they go? They go into the graves, into these old ancient graves. They love to see a body deteriorating. This was God's creation. That's why when people say, oh, this thing entered the room and I could smell this foul thing like garbage or something dead, that's because this thing has been in the grave somewhere.
Oh, boy. No family member was exempt, it says.
The car on the Henry Hudson Parkway, the other car hit the back of my car, knocked it out of control and right up onto the grass. And naturally, we were out of commission. So the police came along and they took Lorraine to a telephone. Well, where'd they take her? Right where this professor had lived, where she had phone. Right where he lived.
Tony, in New York City?
New York City.
New York City, like the biggest city in the world almost.
Yeah.
That says the Smurl should give it a break. Then it says, without question, when dealing with the paranormal.
And Ed had brought, the box, Tony, that he has that has all the first-class relics in it?
Right.
All of those first-class relics have been given to us. We never actually sought any of them out. And we have all the papers from Rome concerning them. Ed took them up, and he put them on the bed in the master bedroom. And he and I sat on the bed, and he put on this music, this chanting music. Gregorian chanting music. And he had it on real low, and we were saying...
This is provoking what's in that house. Evil spirits hate Gregorian chanting. They hate prayers.
And we
hate
were...
the name of Jesus or God.
And we were praying. We were saying prayers out loud together. And with this, Tony, there were louver doors on the closet. But the carpet was so thick, and they never had the doors planed down. So you had to, pick the doors up, to open them or close them. And boom, back and forth like crazy, the doors were. Mm-hmm. Then the television lit up, but it wasn't plugged in. Then all the things that were on the bureau began to dance all around.
Let me just read this to
One time after traveling all the way down there to meet with this priest and talk to him, he told me he didn't have time for me that day because there was a couple coming that
was the chancellor we were talking about.
No, this is the parish priest first, honey. That he didn't have time to talk with me because of the fact that he had to instruct a couple that were going to be getting married.
Says
and they didn't lose faith.
That's amazing that they did.
They did not lose their faith, Tony. Not once did they lose their faith.
Because it says here that
yes, a succubus is a demon who attacks the male. The incubus attacks the female physically. These are the most horrendous types of attacks, as you'll hear Jackson is calling it a she here. It's an it. It's not a she. It's not a he. It's something that has never walked this earth. It's something horrible, ugly, filthy. It doesn't the creation of birth. It's an insult to it.
But if you ever met Jack...
Oh, he didn't want to even describe this or talk about
and if you ever met the type of man he was to have that happen to him.
In fact, when he would go on a couple of national shows, these talk hosts thought it was a big joke, and they'd start joking about it. He was humiliated, of course. He didn't want to talk about this at all. He said, I don't want to talk about the succubus attacks. But I know for a fact that even after he left the first house, that he was attacked on at least 6 other occasions.
Before the horror movie Sinners took audiences into a world of temptation, music, and shadows, there was Robert Johnson. In the movie Sinners, there's a character named Sammy. You know where this story is going if you've seen the movie. But Robert, he didn't come from a script. He wasn't dreamed up in a writer's room. He was real. And that might be the most terrifying part. This is the story that may have inspired the movie Sinners. Robert Johnson wasn't born a legend. He was born in Mississippi in 1911, a black boy in the Jim Crow South, surrounded by hardship, mystery, and secrets. His mother raised him alone after her husband fled town in disguise to escape a lynching. Robert grew up with dirt in his nails and songs forming in his chest. He didn't take to the fields like most. He found music. First on a diddly bow nailed to a shack wall. Later in the back rooms of juke joints, watching the early bluesmen bend sorrow into sound. Then came love. At 17, he married a girl named Virginia, who was 14. They were just kids. And she became pregnant and Robert gave up music. He tried to do right and tried to work, but fate didn't care about good intentions. Virginia and their unborn child died during childbirth. By the time Robert arrived, they were buried. And when her devout family saw him show up carrying a guitar, they didn't just grieve, they cursed him. They called it devil's music and blamed him for the deaths. That moment, the guilt, the grief, all of it would change him forever. After Virginia's death, Robert disappeared. Nobody knows exactly where he went or for how long. But when he returned, he wasn't the same person. He could play, not like before, and not like anyone else. It was as if his fingers knew things they shouldn't, as if every sorrow he'd ever felt had been pulled through his strings. Son House, a blues legend, said it best. Before, Johnson was just a kid bothering the crowd. Now, he sounded like two men playing at once. So the whispers started, the stories and the myths, that he had gone to the crossroads at midnight, that he made a deal, that the devil had taken his soul and left him a sound no one could explain. But there's a more grounded version of that story, though it's no less haunting. Some say Robert met a man named Ike Zimmerman, a skilled guitarist who took him in and taught him how to play. They say their favorite place to practice was a graveyard in Beauregard, Mississippi. But why there? Because it was quiet. Because nobody complained. Because the dead don't mind the blues. But in 1938, just a year after recording his first songs, Robert Johnson died. He was 27 years old. Some say he was poisoned by a jealous husband. Others point to syphilis. Some still say the devil came calling. Whatever the cause, the world lost him before it ever really had him. He left behind just 29 recorded songs. That's it. But those songs would ripple across generations, reshaping music forever. He was more than a legend. His lyrics were filled with omens, hellhounds, hoodoo magic, powder on the feet, whispers of damnation. He sang about things most men were too scared to name out loud. But underneath the ghost stories and the guitar licks was a man who loved, who lost, who tried to find meaning in a world that rarely offered any. A man who turned pain into poetry and sorrow into something beautiful and terrifying. But Sinners isn't Robert Johnson's story, but it walks the path he helped carve, and it's pretty similar. The film's darkness is themes of temptation, guilt, and trading pieces of their soul to feel something again. All of it echoes Johnson's life. A man who may have wanted greatness, but never expected the ghost that would come with it. He didn't ask to be a myth, but myths don't ask for permission. A few people also said, like Keith Richards, he said there's just something supernatural about Robert. And Eric Clapton also said, I had found a master. But maybe the most human thing about him was the hurt. And that hurt still plays every time you hear the blues. Is Robert Johnson part of the famed and unfortunate 27 Club, where influential entertainers passed away at 27 years old like Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Kurt Cobain? It is said that every one of those people had more in common than dying at 27 years old. It was their dealings with the devil that connected them. Is Robert Johnson the inspiration behind the character Sammy from Sinners? Or is it pure coincidence? You be the judge. Let me know in the comments. This is the story that may have inspired the movie Sinners, but specifically, the character Sammy.
Oh, Mary, don't you weep. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Pharaoh's army got tired. Oh, Mary, don't weep. God made man and he made him out of clay. Put him on earth, but not to stay. Pharaoh's army got founded. Oh, Mary, don't weep. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Pharaoh's army got drowned. Oh, Mary, don't weep.
Thursday, March 21st, 1991. A man led police on a high-speed chase in Louisiana going into Mississippi. What the police didn't know at the time was the man that they were chasing was Dennis DePue, a man who had been recently featured on America's Most Wanted for killing his wife in Michigan and fleeing the state. His case was also the inspiration behind the 2001 horror movie, Jeepers Creepers. Dennis had been married to Marilyn DePue for 18 years. They were a normal family, both had good careers. He was a property assessor and she was a high school counselor. Marilyn claims that after the children were born, he became distant, and he said that she turned the kids against him. Marilyn wanted to raise the family on her own, so in 1989 they divorced, and Marilyn was left with the custody of her 3 children. But Dennis was given permission to make bi-weekly visits, although Marilyn and her children were reluctant to spend time with Dennis. There was a time when Marilyn changed the locks because she didn't want Dennis having access to the main house. So one day she came home and Dennis was sitting on the couch in her house. After that, it happened a few more times. She never knew how he got in. But one day, Dennis randomly mentioned to a coworker that he was thinking about killing himself and someone else, but he didn't say who he was thinking about killing. So on April 15th, 1990, Dennis went to Marilyn's house to pick up 2 of their children. However, the children had refused to go with him, which made him quite angry. When Marilyn tried to talk to him, he started yelling at her. He grabbed her and threw her down the stairs. After that, Marilyn was knocked unconscious, so Dennis grabbed her and told the children that he would take her to the hospital. The oldest daughter, Jennifer, ran to the neighbor's house to call the police. Dennis and Marilyn never made it to the hospital. Later on, Ray and Marie Thornton were on the road when a high-speed truck passed them. On the road, Ray and Marie always played a game with pronouncing license plate numbers. They noticed the license plate started with GZ, so they said, "Geez, he must be in a hurry." But they didn't pay much attention until a few minutes later when they passed an abandoned school and saw the van was parked there. And as they were driving past, they saw the man behind the school with a bloody white shirt. A few minutes later, they saw that same van was following them. So Ray turned into another road, and the van stopped on the side of the road. Then they turned to see if they could see the full license plate so they could write it down for the police. And they saw the guy was changing his license plate. He also had the passenger door open, but the passenger door was covered in blood. After that, they returned to the abandoned school and found a bloody blanket and shirt. After that, they called the police. After the police arrived, they found fresh tire tracks and pools of blood. The tracks matched his van, and it was discovered that the van belonged to Dennis and that he had murdered Marilyn, shooting her in the head and hiding her body just off the road between her home and that abandoned school where he was seen. So Dennis fled. So later, Dennis would start writing letters. He wrote 17 of them to his friends and family in an attempt to justify her death. The letters were postmarked in Virginia, Iowa, and Oklahoma. One letter in specific said, "Marilyn had many opportunities to treat me fairly during this divorce. She chose to string it out, trick me, lie to me. When you lose your wife, children, and home, there's not much left, and I was too old to start over." That was the last that anybody heard from Dennis. But on March 21st, 1991, Dennis had already changed his name to Hank Queen and was watching the show Unsolved Mysteries and noticed that he was featured on the show. As he was watching the show, he began to gather some of his belongings and packing his clothes so that he could leave. When doing so, his girlfriend Mary got home from work and she walked in. As she walked in, he asked her to make him a sandwich for the road. so he kept her in the kitchen while he continued to watch the show and continued to pack his belongings. His girlfriend said that he left in a hurry and told her that he had to visit his mother who was sick. Later, a friend of Mary's gave the license plate number of Dennis's van to the police because she saw Dennis on Unsolved Mysteries. After a few hours, Dennis was found to be in Louisiana and crossing the border into Mississippi, prompting the police to start a chase. As the police pursued Dennis, they shot out his back tires. Dennis then stopped the van, shot at the police, then finally turning the gun on himself. After that, nothing came of what happened. This was the true story behind the movie Jeepers Creepers. In November 2011, LaToya Emmons, along with her mother and 3 kids, moved into their new house at 3860 Carolina Street in Gary, Indiana. What happened to them is almost unbelievable. Most people didn't believe them until they witnessed it with their own eyes. What this family experienced was horror that was so bad, a documentary and movie was made about it. This is the true story behind the movie, The Deliverance. In November 2011, LaToya Emmons and her mother and her 3 children, then ages 7, 9, and 12, moved into a house located at 3860 Carolina Street. Days after the family moved in, they claimed black flies swarmed the porch in December and kept returning even though the family believed they were killed. After moving in, Rosa Campbell, who's the grandmother, initially heard footsteps in the basement and doors creaking. Usually after midnight, Campbell and Emmons both said they occasionally heard the steady clump of footsteps climbing the basement stairs and the creak of the door opening between the basement and the kitchen, but no one was there. Even after they would lock the door, the noise continued. Later, she alleged to have witnessed the shadowy figure of a man pacing in the living room and found a boot print. Campbell claimed that she was choked by an unknown force. Emmons' 12-year-old daughter claimed to have levitated above her bed during a sleepover with a friend. It was about 2 a.m. Normally, Campbell, Emmons, and her children would have been asleep, but they were mourning the death of a loved one with a group of friends. Emmons, who was in Campbell's bedroom at the time, startled everyone by screaming. Campbell said she ran into her bedroom where her then 12-year-old granddaughter and a friend were staying. Both the mother and the grandmother said the 12-year-old was levitating above the bed, but she was unconscious. According to their account of events, Emmons and several others surrounded the girl praying. The grandmother said she remembers being terrified. Eventually, Campbell said her granddaughter fell onto the bed after they engaged in prayer. The daughter had no memory of the incident. The older son was allegedly thrown across the room by an unknown force. The younger son allegedly had his eyes rolled into the back of his head and was growling, saying, "It's time to die and I'll kill you." The family reached out to their doctor, Jeffrey Anuku, on April 19, 2012. When he visited the house during a supposed hunting, he noted that their behavior was delusional. Someone from his office contacted the police. After the police arrived, the children were taken to the hospital. The older boy was described as acting rationally while the younger boy screamed and thrashed. The mother and grandmother said that they didn't know exactly what it was, but they believed it was something supernatural. They called local churches, but most refused to listen. Eventually, after listening to Campbell and Ammons talk about the house and visiting it, officials at one church told them that the Carolina Street house had spirits in it. They recommended that the family clean the home with bleach and ammonia, then use oil to draw crosses on every door and window. At the church's suggestion, Ammons said that she poured olive oil on her 3 children's hands and feet, then smeared oil in the shape of crosses on their foreheads. Campbell and Ammons also reached out to 2 clairvoyants who said that the family's home was haunted by more than 200 demons. Their explanation made sense to Campbell and Ammons. They say because it meshed with their Christian faith. They were told to move out of the house, but that wasn't even an option. Being that they couldn't move away from the house, they made an altar in the basement. Ammons said she and another person donned white t-shirts and white scarves around their heads. Also, on the clairvoyant's advice, they burned sage and sulfur throughout the house, starting upstairs and working their way down. The smoke was so thick that they could hardly breathe. Ammons drew a cross with the smoke. The person she was with read Psalms 91 aloud as they moved around the house. The grandmother mentioned that the 7-year-old once flew out of a bathroom like he'd been thrown out of the room. The 12-year-old daughter mentions that she has been held down and choked, but nothing was there. Some nights were so bad that the family had to sleep at a hotel. Finally, in desperation, they went to their physician. Ammons said that she told him what was going on, and hoping that he might understand. Campbell said the grandson cursed at the doctor in a demonic voice, raging at him. Medical staff said the youngest boy was lifted and thrown into the wall without anyone touching him. The boys abruptly passed out and wouldn't wake up. The grandma cradled one boy in her arms, while their mother held the other. Someone from the doctor's office called 911 and said 7 or 8 police officers and multiple ambulances showed up, but no one knew what was going on. The Department of Child Services, DCS, was alerted. DCS believed that the children were performing for their mother. Stories were published in outlets such as New York Daily News reported that DCS personnel had allegedly witnessed the youngest boy walking up the wall backwards. Later, police asked whether the boy had run up the wall, as though performing an acrobatic trick. Everyone that witnessed it said that the boy glided backward on the floor, wall, and ceiling, according to their police report. He then smacked his grandmother. 37-year police captain Charles Austin believed paranormal activity occurred in the house. There was a photo published by the Indianapolis Star, claimed to show a shadowy figure when no one was at home. The family hired Father Michael Maginot to perform the exorcism. He interviewed the family on April 22, 2012, and concluded that they were being tormented by demons. He told the mother to look up the names of the demons that they came up with, so he could use the names in the exorcisms because names have meanings. He eventually performed 3 exorcisms, 2 in English and 1 in Latin, and 1 exorcism was performed on LaToya Ammons herself. Eventually, the Ammons family moved to Indianapolis in mid-2012, and after that, the event stopped. A few years later, the house was purchased in order to make a documentary. But in the middle of production, a series of unfortunate events happened to the creator of the documentary and his crew. After the completion of the documentary, he had the house demolished. Since then, he hasn't had anything happen to him in relation to the house, nor did the Ammons family. This is the true story behind the movie, The Deliverance.
And this was, the beginning of winter. So that was very odd to me. We would lock the basement door. And you would hear something hit the door. Boom! And you would hear dogs barking. No dogs outside. No dogs. We would go look. No dogs.
One time, she woke up in the middle of the night, maybe like 3 in the morning, and they saw this shadowy figure pacing back and forth in the living room.
And I saw one like coming into full image. It was coming out of my closet. I've never seen it like that before. I would see the shadows, but I've never seen it like how I'm looking at you and you're looking at me.
You could see him stretching his stomach. And my grandson was crying, oh, Mama, Grandma, help. And then we go to his leg, and his leg was bulging. I'm like, oh my God, Tweety, look. It was bulging out of his arm. And then we pray over him, and we know him.
Latoya took me inside the house and showed me different stuff. I didn't see anything that was relevant to what she said, even though other people did. So I was very skeptical. I just figured she owed me money, and this is a fabricated story. And that's not strange to my walk of life. That does happen, Like I said, I thought I heard it all. This is a new one to me.
And I told my daughter, I said, they're going to make it look like we're hurting these children. So we're going to have to get some help some kind of place, some kind of way. We got to convince somebody that this is actually going on.
This boy was in one of the emergency room areas. He was kind of growling, and his grandmother was holding his hands and trying to coax him back, and all of a sudden he started, she was kind of backing him up and toward the wall, and then he started to walk up the wall backwards, did a flip over her head, and there was the psychologist and the social service worker in that room that saw that, and they ran out and got the security, and the security called the chaplain, and he called me, and they got the police involved and all that.
Until he saw what the other one did when he went up that wall. Then he like, oh my God, this is impossible. Nobody can do this. Nobody.
There's 5 people that saw this happen, and they're, different walks of life. That does change things a little bit. I find it hard to believe that all 5 of those people will say this just to be saying it.
It was pretty much without incident until we get to the part of your name, and you ask for its name. Now, so far she's always been silent. And I says, is your name whatever? And then all of a sudden she started convulsing and such. So now once you have a name, you kind of attack it. You try everything, you kind of go through the whole rite to see which things push the buttons of, the entity. And once you found what does it, you keep on using it over and over. Whenever you would praise God in Latin, no reaction. But you start condemning the demon, condemning, the evil spirit, all of a sudden she's reacting to that. And then we'll go back, and the moment you go back to praising God, she would stop reacting. So I went through the whole rite, and then finally went the second time, and then it was just focusing on the condemnations part. And that was kind of riling up. I think I even went a third time. But you could tell it was kind of weakening, and then eventually she fell asleep again.
Demons can actually possess you, use you, so you can give them souls, and they make you take your own life, so, it's real. And a lot of people don't think about it. They live their lives day to day, and you never think that it would be you.
Began to flicker and buzz, and and they were pointing out that's one of the things that happens, electronical, interference. And so I went over there and went to look at it, and then stopped. So I came back, and then, okay, tell me about the boyfriend. Then it started again. And then I went back again, and it stopped. Then at this time I came back and says, I guess it's afraid of me. And then it started again. But this time when it stopped, so I even went, got my crucifix, put it on it. It was defiant. It was still buzzing and everything. And so I just kind of let it go. But I wanted to get, what's with the boyfriend. Then they started to point to, in the kitchen, they had Venetian blinds all through all the windows, and so the little rod windows, and so the little rod that you turn to open and close it was swinging back and forth. And they said that's how they would swing back and forth in unison. The whole house would kind of, each of those. And so I went to look at that, and then I saw the furnace kick on, and they had tags at the bottom of the 3 little strings that, opened the Venetian blinds, and they were fluttering, and the stick was going back and forth. And then the furnace kicked off, so that stopped. But the thing was still going back and forth. Then I saw it doing the same thing in unison with the next window, the next window, the next window. So I went to all the windows, and they were all going back and forth until I got to LaToya's room. And then it looked like something was dripping down her blinds, and I don't remember seeing that. And I go, oh, what's this? And she goes, well, she said she put oil on her blinds in the sign of the cross, but this seemed to be just one vertical line and was dripping. And then I was feeling it, and it was oil, and so, and I said, I don't remember seeing that, before. And then I was still trying to get back to seeing, about the boyfriend. And then she points down, and there's footprints, wet footprints.
Oh, this is helping you adjust your mic there, Father. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
And so I went to look at them, and they were just around her, and they're wet, and I could kind of smear them, but they didn't seem to go anywhere, because I was in the bathroom, I was in the kitchen. I also came outside, and I don't know if it was raining or whatever, but there was none of my footprints were going there. They were just there. And I don't remember seeing those before either. So I'm writing all this down, but I'm trying to get to the boyfriend,
right.
And it's trying not to get that direction. And then all of a sudden she starts shivering, Yes, she starts shivering. And then she goes into her bedroom to get a blanket to put around her. Then all of a sudden she throws the blanket off and says she's burning up, And I'm still trying to, can you tell me about the boyfriend? And then she's sick. She has a headache, and I said, okay, it's okay. And it's about 10:30 at night, so that's about after 4 hours. And I said, it's not gonna let me do this. So, and I didn't want to go beyond midnight or anything there. Sure. So I kind of saw, I saw enough. And so we kind of closed up, but we're going to continue the rest of the interview by phone. I wanted to hear about it.
Tuesday, December 14th, 1993. 4 employees were fatally injured, and the 5th employee was seriously injured in the Chuck E. Cheese's restaurant in Aurora, Colorado. The perpetrator, 19-year-old Nathan Dunlap, a former employee of the restaurant, was frustrated about being fired and sought revenge by committing the attack. He fled the scene of the shooting with stolen money and restaurant items. This is the incident that no one talks about that inspired the iconic game and movie, Five Nights at Freddy's.
I don't know, but you better get an ambulance or a cop car there or something, okay?
Put another call in for Chuck E. Cheese.
For the movie, a troubled security guard accepts a nighttime job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a once successful abandoned family entertainment center. where he discovers its 4 animatronic mascots, Freddy Fazbear, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. They move and kill anyone that is still there after midnight, but the game differs just a little bit. This true story starts with Nathan Dunlap, born April 8, 1974. As a kid, he moved from Illinois to Tennessee, from Tennessee to Michigan, and finally ended up in Colorado. Dunlap's mother suffered from mental health issues, as did Dunlap himself, attempting to end his own life twice in middle school. Dunlap also committed crimes as a teenager, where he ended up in a juvenile detention center. But in 1993, Dunlap had been arrested 5 times prior to being hired at Chuck E. Cheese in May of that year. Dunlap began working at the restaurant in May 1993 and was fired in July after a disagreement he had with his supervisor over scheduled hours. Acquaintances of Dunlap said he was frustrated over the firing and told a former co-worker that he planned to get even about the termination. Nathan Dunlap entered the restaurant at 9 p.m., where he ordered a ham and cheese sandwich and played an arcade game. He then hid in the restroom at about 9:50 p.m. He exited the restroom after closing at 10:05 p.m. and shot 5 employees. Dunlap first shot Sylvia Crowell, who was 19 at the time. She was cleaning a salad bar. She was hit at close range and was mortally wounded. Ben Grant was next, who was 17. He was fatally shot. He was vacuuming the floor. The next victim was Colleen O'Connor, who was 17 at the time. She got on her knees and pleaded for her life. She told Dunlap that she wouldn't tell anyone, but Dunlap proceeded to tell her that he had to do this, and he fatally shot. Next was Bobby Stevens. He's the lone survivor of the shooting. He returned to the restaurant after taking a smoke break outside, thinking the noise he heard from inside the restaurant were children popping balloons nearby. As Stevens walked into the restaurant and unloaded utensils into the dishwasher, Dunlap came through the kitchen door, raised a handgun at him, and fired a shot, which struck Stevens. Stevens fell to the floor and played dead. Dunlap then forced Marge Coburn, who was 50 at the time, the store manager, to unlock the safe. After he opened it, he fatally wounded her. As he was taking the cash out of the safe, Dunlap fired a second shot, just to make sure. The manager who fired Dunlap was not present at the restaurant. Stevens escaped through the back door and walked to the nearby Mill Pond apartment complex, where he pounded on the door to alert someone that he and others had been shot at the restaurant. Stevens was hospitalized at Denver General Hospital in fair condition. As authorities arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies in the restaurant's hallway, a third in a room off the hallway, and the 4th in the manager's office. Crowell was sent to Denver General Hospital, where she was declared brain dead. She died from her injuries the next day at Aurora Regional Medical Center. At this point, Dunlap fled the scene with $1,500 worth of cash and game tokens he stole from inside the restaurant. Dunlap then went to his girlfriend's house, as if nothing happened. Police went to the apartment that he shared with his mother, and they let his mother know that he was wanted for questioning, because the police heard that he was there that night, eating. Dunlap met the cops. The cops questioned him, and they took his clothes as evidence. 12 hours later, the police returned and he was arrested. After that, Dunlap was sentenced to death. That was overturned. Until this day, Nathan Dunlap remains locked up in the Colorado State Penitentiary, where he is serving life without parole. This happened to be the true story that no one talks about behind 5 Nights at Freddy's.
What happened in this particular case, the police were called just after 10 o'clock. The only survivor, Bobby Stevens, was able to run to a neighbor's house and was shot in the face. Right, and he was able to run to a residence that was just to the east of the Chuck E. Cheese and called the police. So the police came and they kind of split up. A number of police officers went to that location, And a number of them also went to Chuck E. Cheese. And there were paramedics that went to both locations too.
When did you decide that you were going to rob the place?
Probably like September, October.
Did you know that you were going to kill whoever was in there?
No. I got there around 9:20.
About 9:20?
Yeah. You know, I just noticed it was pretty slow, or, you know, there wasn't really nobody around and stuff. So I was like, well, you know, I could go ahead and do this, you know. And so I started looking, and I started thinking, well, I can do this, I gotta shoot these people. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll shoot them. And so I started, you know, I was just, while I'm doing everything else, eating and playing video games stuff, I'm just keeping an eye on people, find out who's there, who's gonna be working, who it is they gotta shoot and stuff. And they all had one thing in common, they didn't know me. And because I didn't have no association with them, to me their life wasn't nothing, to me.
To you they were like what?
Their life wasn't nothing. I saw the last couple at the counter, getting their little prizes and stuff. I went to the men's room.
You go into the men's room and you look in the mirror.
Right. And I was still kind of iffy on it. And, you know, I went ahead and kind of, like I said, hyped myself up and came out and started shooting.
When you were hyping yourself up, what were you doing?
Just looking in the mirror like, are you really gonna do this? And I'm like, yeah. Like, so like talk to myself.
And so you got hyped up and you walked straight out?
Walked straight out the bathroom. And shot Sylvia. And once that happened, it was all over.
Does it bother you that they're dead, Nathan?
No.
Why?
I guess because for me, death ain't nothing. I'm not afraid of death.
And you didn't take the time to think that their life was something
important to somebody else, right?
So you walk out of the bathroom. You've decided what?
She's about to die.
These people have to die.
Are about to die.
These people are about to die.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see the salad bar. I didn't see, I didn't hear the music. It was like just blackness, just empty at the salad bar.
Did she see you?
No. It was like she had a glow around her, so to speak.
So you just held the gun up and fired but looked the other way?
I knew where she looked. I knew where she was standing. I knew she didn't see. And I mean, in my head, I seen the target, so to speak. And I placed the gun there. And I know she got shot. When the first shot went off, everybody jumped, including me. And like I said, I mean, it happened so quick. Before Sylvia even hit the ground, because I heard her fall, I had already shot, what's his name?
Ben, how far away from him were you?
Probably closer than we are down. I remember the sound went off. And when he jumped, I jumped because it scared me. I shot him. And I spun him back the same way he was coming around and spun him back around the same way. And that was the last thing I saw. I never saw him hit the ground or nothing. And then, you know, I was already turned around going toward Colleen. Yeah, I don't understand why she sat there and watched. I was expecting her to run, but she didn't run. That's why I turned around so quick. But she didn't run. She stayed right there and just watched.
And what happened if she had run?
I would have shot her.
Did you ever have eye contact with Colleen?
Oh, yeah. That's what brought me kind of down.
Did Colleen say anything?
She's like, no. She shook her hand like, no.
But she did say no.
Yeah, she said no. That's it. She didn't beg for her life or nothing like that.
What if she had, Nathan?
When she said no, she sort of begged, you know. She sort of begged. And it pissed me off. Because they kind of like bought people gonna say I don't have compassion, but I know I got compassion. And it brought this compassion. Now I'm like, you know, why you doing this to me? You know, why you trying to make me like you? You know, it's easy to shoot you when I don't like you. And it was like, you know, why you trying to make me like you?
Because she said no?
When she said no, it's like she kind of begged, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, you just sit here and watch me shoot 2 people. What do you mean, no?
Do you understand why she was looking for compassion?
Oh, yeah, I totally understand. I agree with her and everything.
Nathan, why?
What?
Why did you kill him?
They were witnesses to a crime. That's why.
Did you have any feeling?
I had no feelings at all.
Excitement?
No excitement, no nothing.
But Colleen brought that back.
Right.
And what were you thinking at the time?
I didn't have no choice.
Why? Everybody always has a choice.
Because she had seen me shoot 2 other people.
It is going to be inconceivable to people who finally hear this that you didn't have any feelings about human life.
I didn't have any feelings about human life until after I shot Colleen.
And what did you feel?
I felt like, how can I do this? And I was like, well, you started, you gotta keep on finishing it.
And when you thought, how could you do this? What did you think of yourself?
I was just sad. I'm not explaining to you. I was just sad.
But you kept going.
Because I had to finish it. I had to finish.
You fired, he ducked.
Yeah.
You hit him.
Yeah.
Did you think you killed him?
No, I knew I didn't kill him.
Why didn't you stop and shoot him again?
I don't like blood.
You don't like blood?
No. I would have to, if I was to do that, I would have to sit there and watch him. Office. And Mark looked up and said, can I help you or something? And she saw the gun. And that's when I heard Bobby get up and run out. Had her open up the safe. And I shot her.
And Margaret was still alive.
I didn't want her to suffer or nothing. That's why I shot her a second time. I didn't shoot her because she was going to identify me or something. I knew she was messed up already. And I didn't want her. She sounded like she was in pain. So that's why I shot her. Again.
And you walked out of Chuck E. Cheese's.
Jogged, ran.
He left, went to a friend's and counted the money, then to his girlfriend's. Both places, he thought the same thing.
I heard her bleed. 4 people died. And basically to me, their lives were only worth $300 or $400 a piece.
Those people, what would those words be?
It was wrong.
It was wrong?
Yeah. Shouldn't have killed them. Shouldn't have robbed them. I should have just left them alone. They didn't do nothing to me.
If you were to get out again, would you kill?
No. Not unless they stood in the way of something. If they was hurting me, I'd kill them, yeah. It'd take no problem.
Do you realize how cold that is?
Yes.
And what do you think of yourself as a result of it?
I still don't have a problem with it.
Would you describe yourself as a human being?
Yeah. I'm breathing, my heart's pumping and everything.
Do you have a soul? Do you have a conscience?
Yeah, I have a soul, I have a conscience. But who cares what the people think about me?
Should you have killed Sylvia?
No, I shouldn't.
Should you have killed Ben?
No.
Should you have killed Colleen?
I shouldn't have killed anybody. I shouldn't have robbed that place. Fact is, I did, though.
Should anybody care about you?
I really don't care if they do or not.
Let me ask it this way. Why should anybody care about you?
I don't care. You don't understand. I don't care about nobody. I don't care. I don't care about anybody watching this. I don't care. The only people I care about is my family and my friends. That's all I care about. I don't care about nobody else.
Do you have nightmares about this?
I did.
What were the nightmares like?
Just replay everything that happened.
What should your penalty be?
make me hurt, life in jail. But still, I'll figure out how to make that better for me.
Why not death?
I ain't afraid of death. Death ain't gonna bother me.
Life in prison because?
I gotta sit here and basically rot to death.
What happens when you say that you believe in life ever after, you believe in heaven, that you believe you'll go to heaven? What happens when you see Sylvia and Ben and Colleen and Mrs. Colbert in heaven?
Hopefully they'll forgive me. But I gotta keep going on. If they don't, I gotta keep going on. I'm not gonna let them bring me down.
In heaven?
Wherever I meet anybody at, as anybody. Somebody wants to, I want to apologize and stuff, but I can't do nothing about it. That's all I can do.
Nathan Dunlap believes the death penalty is used more out of hate and revenge than anything else.
If you want to kill me so bad, then come do it. That's my attitude.
Isn't that kind of a macho, bravado type thing?
It ain't macho to me or nothing, but I'm not saying it's macho or nothing, but point of fact is, I killed 4 people. I almost killed a 5th. I want them dead, and they're dead. Come kill me then. If you think you can take my life, come do it.
The Conjuring 1 and 2 were very successful films that followed past cases of Ed and Lorraine Warren that involved haunted houses in the 1970s. The Conjuring 3 will once again follow a case of the Warrens, but this one takes place in the 80s about America's first "The Devil Made Me Do It" court case, the case of Arne Johnson murdering Alan Bono.
Right from the start.
We were contacted by Father Dennis, who at that time was pastor of St. Joseph's Church in Brookfield, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
And the call came in, and he spoke about a young boy who he had been trying to help. Now, you would watch David, and he would be doodling, drawing or something like that, and he'd be concentrating on what he was doing. And then he would look up, and it was no longer a little 11-year-old boy.
Now, this 11-year-old boy would become extremely strong. He and Debbie, his fiancée, who was David's sister, would go off fishing and they'd have a good time. But this kid, at 18 years old at the time, would stay awake all night long and then go to work the next morning. But he made a fatal mistake. One night he said, and he screamed at these devils, "Take me on. Leave my little buddy alone." He got his wish.
He challenged the demonic.
On July 3rd, 1980, 11-year-old David Glatzel woke up screaming about a black beast-looking man. David wasn't the kind of kid who watched scary movies, and he sure wasn't one to make up stories or have such vivid nightmares, and this one really shook him up. His whole demeanor changed. The once happy-go-lucky kid became quiet and nervous. David's sister, Debbie, asked her fiancé to stay with the family for a while just to help out David. That fiancé was Arne Johnson. Things didn't get better. David had more nightmares of the Beast Man, who promised to take the kid's soul. Odd scratches and bruises began to appear on David. The injuries seemed to happen while David slept. Odd noises came from the attic, but Arne couldn't find any reasonable answer for them. Worst of all, David began to see the Beast Man while he was awake, claiming that the monster would appear as an old man with a white beard, dressed in a flannel shirt and jeans, sitting in the corner staring at him. With no one else to turn to, the Glatzel family turned to their church. A priest came to the home and blessed it, which seemed to piss off the Beast Man. The sounds in the attic became louder. David's dreams and daytime visions increased. David began to hiss at his family and speak in multiple voices. He started to quote Paradise Lost, a book that I don't see any 11-year-old reading. During the night, someone would have to stay up and watch David, who would wake up every 30 minutes, sometimes having seizures. To put it bluntly, things really sucked for the Gladsels. Unsure of what to do, the priest reached out to a kindly couple who had helped out in the past, Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens took a short trip to Brookfield so that Ed could speak with David. It became clear to the Warrens that David was possessed. According to Lorraine, the Warrens, along with 4 priests, held 3 exorcisms to free David from the hold of 43 demons. During one of the exorcisms, Arne Johnson made a tragic mistake. He taunted the demons inside David, going so far to claim that the monsters were too frightened to try and enter him. When the exorcism was over, the Warrens called the Brookfield police and suggested that they keep an eye on Arne. Arne was well liked and hard working all the way up to that day. That day he challenged whatever was inside David. According to Debbie, Arne would go into trances where he would growl at nothing really and claim to see the beast man. When he would come out of the trances, Arne wouldn't remember any of it. Arne started to get into trouble with the police. Then came February 16, 1981. Arne called out of work, choosing instead to spend it with Debbie and his sister Wanda at their job at the kennel. Debbie's cousin Mary was also spending the day at the kennel. It was President's Day and school was closed. As the 4 were at the kennel, Alan Bono showed up and took them all out to lunch at the local bar. Arne and Alan were drinking serious amount of alcohol at lunch. Then everyone returned to the kennel. There was an uneasiness about the atmosphere. An argument between Arne and Alan broke out. Arne started to growl and hiss. Debbie feared the worst and tried to get Wanda and Mary out of the room. Alan was faster. He grabbed Mary and refused to let go, and she's 9 years old. That was when Arne pulled out a knife and stabbed Alan Bono in the stomach, pulling the knife up and creating an incision reaching Alan's heart. Arne then stabbed Alan Bono a few more times before leaving the scene. As November 1980 started, things seemed okay. David's parents took him to a psychiatrist and their family physician. David was, according to the doctors, a normal kid with a slight learning disability, though he still had trouble sleeping. Debbie and Arne moved into their own apartment, rented out by Alan Bono. But Arne had changed. In all his 19 years, Arne had never gotten into trouble. He was the typical good guy. He even dropped out of high school to get a full-time job to help out his mom. He even bought his mom a car. When it came time for the trial, the Warrens appeared in court and provided evidence for the judge and jurors to prove that there was some type of demonic activity going on. They explained to the court that Arne had become demonically possessed after the exorcism. But that evidence wasn't enough in the courts because Arne was convicted of first-degree manslaughter. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, he only served 5 years of his sentence. Arne and Debbie got married after he was released and are still together to this day. And up until now, Arne has never had another episode. Sunday, January 2nd, 1972. 16-year-old Timothy McCoy got up early to make breakfast. He had met John Wayne Gasey at the Chicago bus terminal the night before, and Gasey let him stay over while he made his way home to Iowa after spending Christmas in Michigan. McCoy got out eggs and bacon and set the table for 2. Then he walked up the stairs to wake up Gasey, not realizing that he hadn't put down the knife that he was using. What happened next would set the scene for the rest of John Wayne Gacy's life. Not realizing that the boy had intended no harm, Gasey took the boy's life. He then buried him in his crawl space beneath his home and covered the grave with concrete. Killing McCoy reportedly gave Gasey a mind-numbing orgasm. The murder had allegedly been a mistake, but it instilled in Gasey the ultimate thrill that he would crave for the rest of his life. This just happens to be one of the inspirations behind the movie It.
Beep, beep, Richie.
Those who knew John Wayne Gacy would have never expected him to turn out the way he did. Almost everyone who met him described him as a mild-mannered and likable man. For most of his life, he worked in customer service, first managing 3 of his father-in-law's KFC franchises, then starting his own construction business. His customers remembered him as a kind, generous, and willing to help out anyone type of person. He employed local teenagers in need of jobs and contributed heavily to his local junior chamber of commerce. He even took time out on his weekends to dress up as a clown for kids' birthday parties. However, as authorities would learn, something seriously disturbing had been inside him all along. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago on March 7, 1942. His father had always despised him, calling him a sissy, and abused him from age of 4. He often berated the boy and whipped him with a belt. Early on, Gacy realized that he was gay, but during the 1950s that was still taboo, so he pretended to be straight his entire life. Gacy had a heart condition that limited his physical activity and plagued him with being fat his whole life. He spent much of his youth in a hospital. When he was 11, doctors discovered that he had a blood clot in his brain. They were able to treat it, but even that didn't spare Gacy from his father's wrath. Eventually, Gacy had enough of the abuse, and he picked up and moved out west. While working as a mortuary assistant in Las Vegas, Gacy slept on a cot behind the embalming room. One night, after observing the morticians embalming dead bodies, he crawled into a coffin with one. He laid in the coffin for a time, embracing and caressing the body, and it was a teenage boy. Soon after, he enrolled in college. After graduating from Northwestern Business College, John Wayne Gacy met Marilyn Myers, a co-worker at a shoe company in Springfield, Illinois. The couple married in 1964, and Gacy took over the management of his father-in-law's Kentucky Fried Chicken franchises in Waterloo, Iowa, where they lived with his wife's parents. Eventually, he and Myers had 2 children in what was seemingly a perfect life. But in the meantime, Gacy tried to covertly satisfy his depravity. He joined the Waterloo Jaycees, a group of businessmen who participated in wife swapping, prostitution, and pornography, also drugs. He even opened up a club in his own basement targeted at teenagers, where they could drink and play pool without getting in trouble. He often would build up trust with his victims, so they wouldn't need to be on guard. He was their employer and their friend. He may have been someone who provided them with alcohol and drugs and maybe a place to sleep at night. Then Gacy began to force some of these young men, including those he employed at KFC, to perform acts with him. This would be his first downfall. It started in August 1967 when Gacy hired Donald Voorhees, the son of a fellow member of one of the clubs, to do some housework for him. Gacy lured him into his basement, plied him with alcohol, and forced him to perform certain acts. Voorhees kept quiet about the incident until March 1968, when he told his father and spurred a criminal investigation into Gacy that destroyed the illusion of a normal life he had crafted. A few months later, he paid a KFC employee $300 to beat up Voorhees, hoping to scare him from testifying in court. But Voorhees escaped and reported the attempted beating, and the case against Gacy only escalated. In December 1967, John Wayne Gacy pled guilty to oral sodomy. At that time, sexual relations between 2 people of the same sex was illegal in Iowa. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and promptly served divorce papers from his wife, whom he had never seen again. But less than 2 years after that, John Wayne Gacy was granted parole for being a model prisoner. During the short time he was incarcerated, Gacy managed to secure a raise for the prison mess hall workers, worked to improve conditions for prisoners, and oversaw the installation of a miniature golf course in the recreation yard. He was given 12-month probation under the conditions that he moved back to Chicago to live with his mother and maintain a 10 p.m. curfew. He agreed and declared he said that he'll never go back to jail. Months after his release, John Wayne Gacy lured a teenage boy into his house and tried taking advantage of the boy. Gacy was charged with assault, but the charges were dropped when the boy failed to show up to court. Gacy had technically violated his parole, but somehow his parole officer was never aware of the incident. By 1971, Gacy had settled into a new home in Norwood Park, a neighborhood in northwestern Chicago. His yellow brick ranch house there would eventually become a graveyard for 29 young men and boys. It was where all of his gruesome murders would be committed, and also where he would gain a local fame as Pogo the Clown. While in prison, John Wayne Gacy became something of an artist and repeatedly sketched the image of Pogo the Clown. After his release, he joined the local Jolly Joker Club, a clown club that would perform at birthday parties and hospitals. He taught himself how to apply clown makeup and turned himself into Pogo the Clown as he had imagined in his drawings. He performed as Pogo the Clown at all sorts of local parties, including Democratic Party functions and charitable events. Residents of Norwood Park also remember him showing up to his favorite bar, the Good Luck Lounge, dressed up as Pogo the Clown. He was a monster that was fooling everyone. He dressed as a clown and bounced kids on his knee all the time. He would knock at people's doors and say, "Vote for my candidate." But Pogo the Clown didn't fool everybody. Carol Hoff, his high school sweetheart and second wife who he married in 1972, questioned his sexuality. When Gacy told her he was bisexual in 1975, Hoff divorced him and left him alone in their house. Though she denied knowledge of what was to come, Hoff later admitted to authorities that she had seen him bringing teenage boys into their garage before. The same year Gacy married Hoff, he committed his first murder, that of Timothy McCoy. He stashed the body under his crawlspace. Gacy reportedly managed to kill a second victim while still married to his wife in 1974. The victim is still unidentified, but Gacy claims to have strangled a young man and hid him in his closet. When the body began to leak, he moved it to his crawlspace as well. But after his divorce, the killer clown had the freedom to bring more victims into his home, except for the final 4 victims, who he dumped into a river, and all of his victims were killed and stored under his house. Gacy's victims were all young men and boys. He preyed on teenagers, some who were drifters from out of town, and some who were local boys who worked for him. He lured some into his car by impersonating an officer, or to his house with an offer of a job, a place to party, or even money. Once he had his victims in his space, Gacy coaxed them with drugs or alcohol, or a sick magic trick, during which he'd handcuff them and dangle the key in front of their face. Then he would do horrible things to them and take their life. One of Gacy's favorite acts was to sit on his victim with all of his weight, which was a lot. He strangled and revived his victims, sometimes even partially drowning them in the bathtub. Gacy would then participate in search parties for some of these boys, as he was friendly with their parents and was considered an upstanding member of the community. He had set himself up to kill unsuspectedly, but his 33rd murder wouldn't go quite as planned. At about 9 p.m. on December 11, 1978, Elizabeth Peace drove to pick her son up, a high school sophomore and honor roll student named Robert, from his job at a pharmacy in town. Robert Peace went outside and told her to wait a few minutes. He wanted to talk to a customer about a summer contracting job that would pay him twice what he was currently making. That was the last time that Elizabeth saw her son. Before midnight, she went to the police station to file a missing persons report. Police figured out that the man who Robert Peace was going to talk to was John Wayne Gacy, whose company PDM Contractors had recently remodeled Peace's pharmacy. They called him into the station for questioning, and Gacy obliged, after taking Peace's body and dumping it into the river. Within hours, authorities searched Gacy's home. They didn't find any bodies, but they did find evidence that Peace had been there, a receipt that belonged to a friend of his. It wasn't until December 22, 1978, almost exactly 10 years after his first sodomy conviction, that Gacy, the killer clown, confessed to murdering dozens of young men and boys. Investigators swarmed his house and uncovered 29 bodies in the crawlspace. Many had decomposed beyond recognition, and dental experts were brought in to identify John Wayne Gacy's victims by their teeth. 3 years later, the killer clown used an insanity plea during his trial, hoping for a not guilty verdict. The jury didn't buy it. Gacy was sentenced to death and dropped the friendly facade he had maintained for all those years. He didn't seem to have any remorse for his victims. He would spend 14 years in prison awaiting his execution. The night before he was put to death, He returned to his roots and ordered a bucket of KFC as his last meal. According to the reports, the killer clown's last words before his execution was, "Kiss my ass." Though John Wayne Gacy is long gone, and his house has since been demolished, his legacy lives on. Most of John Wayne Gacy's victims that were retrieved from his crawl space were identified and released to their families. However, 23 years after his death, authorities are still trying to identify the rest. In July 2017, one of the last remaining bodies was finally identified, but his grieving family had already died. 6 of John Wayne Gacy's victims remain anonymous.
She looked in the mirror, and I don't know why, but she said his name the last time. Candyman. She turned out the lights.
Nightmare Files.
In 1992, the world was introduced to a new legend. In 2021, a new version of the sadistic legend will be released. Those who think that the movie is pure fiction are highly mistaken. The real stories behind the legend may not be supernatural, but they are just as chilling as anything the movie could ever depict. These are the true stories behind the iconic movie, Candyman.
Serial killer in Houston history, Dean Corll, known as the Candyman.
It's one of Houston's most coveted neighborhoods.
Everything we did, we walked, we played outside.
It's a terrible thing and it should have never taken place.
They had no idea he was murdered by Dean Corll, a serial killer known as the Candyman.
Came for you.
Candyman.
Built in the middle part of the last century, the Grace Abbott homes, high-rises in Chicago, were home to a melting pot of people. You had drug addicts, those down on their luck, and the mentally ill, career criminals. They were all in the same place. On April 22, 1987 at 8:45 p.m., Ruthie Mae McCoy called the police in a panic. She told the operator that an intruder had threw her cabinet down. She was fearful that this intruder was out to get her and wanted the police to intervene. The operator, not able to really make sense of Ruthie's call, logged it as a disturbance with a neighbor and had a car attend the scene. Between 9:02 p.m. and 9:04 p.m., 2 other neighbors called the police, both reporting hearing gunshots in room 1109, Ruthie's apartment number. Police arrived at 9:10 p.m. They knocked on Ruthie's door and called her phone. No answer. So they left. It wasn't until 2 days later that the door was broken down and Ruthie Mae McCoy was found dead, shot 4 times. Also, her bathroom cabinet was missing, revealing a large crawl space behind it. This was how the real-life Candyman entered apartments. When the projects had been designed, all of the pipes were connected through a crawl space behind the bathroom walls. These were accessed by removing the bathroom cabinets, making it really easy for repairs. But it also made it really easy for people to break in. But who killed Ruthie Mae McCoy? The apartment next to Ruthie Mae McCoy's was 1108. Fellow residents Edward Turner and John Hondras had been there that day hanging out. A friend allegedly showed them how easy it was to break into the apartment next door, using the bathroom cabinet as access. Tim Brown, the main witness during the trial against Turner and Hondras in 1990, told the court that he had seen them break into apartment 1109 and then heard several gunshots. Turner and Hondras then left through the front door of 1109 carrying a TV, a rocking chair before disappearing. A few hours later, they allegedly returned to clear up the spent shell casings from the apartment. Turner's girlfriend testified that later that night, he had bragged to her about shooting someone. Hondras' girlfriend admitted that they had left her with a rocking chair and a TV for safekeeping. Edward Turner testified his own defense. He stated that he was in 1108 when he heard gunshots and ran down to the lobby. 30 minutes later, John Hondras came down alone. Going back to 1108, they saw a TV sitting outside 1109 and a third man carrying a rocking chair out of Ruthie Mae's apartment. Turner took a look in and saw a dead body in the bedroom. At this point, the third man left the rocking chair and went away, leaving the TV and rocking chair with Turner and Hondras. Neither denied trying to stash the stolen items with others, but they sure denied killing Ruthie. With no physical evidence to tie them to the crime, they were acquitted and found not guilty. To this day, the real-life Candyman has never been caught. Thankfully, those projects have all been torn down. To everyone in his Houston neighborhood, Dean Curl seemed like a decent, ordinary man. He was known for spending most of his time at the small candy factory that his mother owned, and he got along well with many of the neighborhood kids. He even gave free candy to local school children, which earned him the nickname Candyman. But behind his sweet smile, Dean had a dark secret. He was a serial killer who murdered at least 28 young men in the early 1970s. This horrific spree would later be dubbed as the Houston Mass Murders, and it wasn't until Dean himself was killed in 1973 that the truth came out. And shockingly, the person who murdered Dean was his own accomplice, a young teenage boy whom he had groomed to help him with his murder spree. In the mid-1950s, Dean Curl's mother and stepfather started a candy company called Pecan Prince, initially working from the family garage. From the very start, Dean played a crucial role in the company, while his stepfather sold the candy on his sales route and his mother managed the actual business. Dean and his younger brother operated the machines that produced the candy. By the time his mother divorced her second husband, Dean had spent several years working at the candy shop. At some point, Dean briefly returned to Indiana to care for his widowed grandmother. But by 1962, he was ready to come back to Texas and help his mother with a new venture. Now called the Curl Candy Company, Dean's mother started this revamped business in the Houston Heights area. Unsurprisingly, she named Dean the vice president and his younger brother the secretary-treasurer. Although Dean was drafted in the U.S. Army in 1964 and served for about 10 months, he successfully applied for a hardship discharge after explaining that he needed to help his mother at her store. And so for several more years, Dean continued to work at the candy company, presumably bringing joy to his customers. Before the crimes, there were warning signs of what could be coming. For instance, one young teenage boy who worked at the company complained to Dean's mother that Dean had said inappropriate things to him, but rather than questioning Dean, his mother simply fired the boy. Meanwhile, the candy factory itself seemed to attract several teenage boys, both as employees and as customers. Some of them were runaways or troubled youths. Dean quickly built up a rapport with these teens. In September 1970, Dean killed his first victim. By this point, his mother had divorced the third husband and moved to Colorado, but Dean stayed behind in Houston since he had found a new job as an electrician. Dean also moved where he would begin to commit horrific crimes in his early 30s, but he wouldn't stay there for long. During the Houston mass murders, he would frequently move between apartments and rent houses, sometimes staying in one spot for just a few weeks. His first recorded victim was Jeffrey Conan, an 18-year-old student who was hitchhiking from Austin and Houston. Conan was believed to have been looking for a way to get to his girlfriend's house, and Dean likely picked him up with an offer of a ride. Just a few months later in December, Dean abducted 2 more teenage boys and tied them to his bed in his home. He was in the process of doing something horrific when suddenly one of his friends, Brooks, walked in on him. Dean then made some disturbing confessions to Brooks. One of the boys Brooks brought to Dean was Emerald Henley, because Brooks would always bring people to him. But for some reason, Dean decided not to dispose of him. Instead, he groomed Henley to participate in his sickening scheme, offering him cash as a reward for help for finding victims. Henley later said, "Dean told me he would pay me $200 for every guy that I could bring in, and maybe more if they were really good looking." In reality, Dean usually paid the boys just $5 or $10. Henley has insisted that he initially refused the offer, but his family's financial hardship led him to accept it. But even when he was paid far less than he had hoped, he didn't back out. Eerily, he seemed almost flattered to be included. Together, in the early 1970s, Brooks and Henley would help the Candyman killer by luring in his victims. The 3 used Dean's GTX muscle car or his white van to convince victims to come with them, using candy, alcohol, or drugs to get them inside. Dean and his accomplices would take the victims to his home. Dean also forced them to write postcards to their families to say they were okay. Each victim would often be tied to a wooden board. Brooks would later describe Henley as being especially sadistic. After nearly 3 years and 28 known victims, Dean turned on Henley on August 8, 1973. On that day, Henley had lured in 2 teens, Tim Curley and Rhonda Williams, to Dean's house. Williams was the only girl known to have been targeted during the spree, but Henley later insisted that she wasn't targeted by him. Instead, they were supposedly all there to party. From drinking heavily to huffing paint to get high, they all fell asleep earlier than expected. When Henley woke up, he discovered that he was tied up alongside Curley and Williams, and Dean was screaming at Henley while waving his .22 caliber pistol, saying, "I'm gonna kill you, but first, I'll have my fun." Dean then carried Henley into the kitchen to let him know just how furious he was that he had brought a girl over at his home. Henley pleaded with Dean to untie him, saying that the 2 of them could kill both Williams and Curley together. Eventually, Dean did untie Henley and brought Curley and Williams into the bedroom to be tied up to the wooden board. In doing so, Dean needed to put his gun down. Williams, who survived the attack and only spoke publicly about it in 2013, recalled that Dean's behavior had visibly shaken something in Henley's mind. "He stood at my feet and just all of a sudden told Dean this couldn't keep going on. He couldn't let him keep killing his friends and that it had to stop." That's what she recalled. And then Dean looked up and he was surprised. So he started getting up and he was like, "You're not going to do anything to me." Then without another word, Henley shot Dean, killing him. And with that, the Houston mass murders by the Candyman finally came to an end. Based loosely, but definitely referenced, these were the true stories behind the iconic Candyman. Saturday, July 10th, 1971. Edward Paisnell, a 46-year-old man who was pulled over by police. He had no violent history and lived with his wife Joan and her children. He had even dressed as Santa Claus for foster home orphans on Christmas. After 14 years of malicious crimes and taunting the police, he was finally caught by mere chance, leaving evidence of Satanism in his wake. What police discovered could only be compared to Richard Ramirez. For over a decade, residents of the remote Channel Island, New Jersey, feared finding a mass intruder in their homes. There were no alarm systems at the time, and hardly any law enforcement at hand. A cut of the cord easily destroyed home telephones. As such, over a dozen women and children met a faceless shape that came to be known as the Beast of Jersey.
Files.
The movie Longlegs was inspired by other movies by the name of Silence of the Lambs and Seven. But with some research, you find out that the Zodiac Killer also inspired Longlegs, in a real-life case that was not known by many, which involves a man by the name of Edward Paisnell. Edward Paisnell was born in 1925. While the exact date and location of his birth are unclear, the Brit came from a family of means. He was barely a teenager when the United Kingdom declared war on Germany in 1939, and was at one point briefly imprisoned for stealing food to give to starving families. Paisnell's crimes began in early 1957, long before he garnered his infamous moniker of the Beast of Jersey Mask. With a scarf over his face, the 32-year-old approached a young woman waiting for a bus in Montes Alabe district and tied a rope around her neck. He forced her to a nearby field and fled. Targeting bus stops and using isolated fields became his thing. Paisnell assaulted a 20-year-old woman in the same manner in March. He repeated this in July, then again in October 1959. All of his victims described their attacker as having a musty stench. Within a year, that smell wafted into homes. It was Valentine's Day 1960 when a 12-year-old boy awoke to find a man in his bedroom. The intruder used a rope to force him outside and into a nearby field to sterilize him. In March, a woman at a bus stop asked a man parked nearby if he could give her a ride. It was Edward Paisnell, who drove her to a field and raped her. He targeted a 43-year-old woman's remote cottage next. She was awoken by an alarming noise at 1:30 a.m. and tried calling the police, but Paisnell cut the phone lines. Though he violently confronted her, she was able to escape and find help. She returned to find him gone and her 14-year-old daughter left behind, raped. Paisnell began exclusively targeting children at this point, invading a 14-year-old's bedroom in April. She awoke to find him watching her from the shadows, but screamed so loud that he fled. An 8-year-old boy in July, meanwhile, was taken from his room and raped in the field, only for Paisnell himself to walk the boy back home. It took long enough, but police began questioning all residents with criminal records, with 13 of them, including Paisnell, refusing to provide fingerprints. The suspect list was narrowed. Police believed a fisherman named Alfonso Legastelos was their man, although the only evidence they had was that he was a known eccentric. With Legastelos' image plastered across the newspapers, vigilantes soon burned down his house. He left the island for good, with the Beast of Jersey's attack resuming thereafter, and 3 more children being raped inside a mask-wearing psychopath by April 1961. And meanwhile, Paisnell was volunteering at community homes with children in his care. He and his wife even took home the children, with Paisnell accused of abusing both the staff and orphans he was asked to assist with. While none of it was ever reported, Scotland Yard finally began to help local police with a profile of their suspect. The rapist was estimated to be between 40 and 45 years old, 5 feet 6 inches tall, and wearing either a mask or a scarf. He smelled terrible and attacked between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. He invaded homes through bedroom windows and used a flashlight. Curiously, the Beast of Jersey soon vanished, only to return in 1963. After 2 years of radio silence, the Beast of Jersey resurfaced. Between April and November of 1963, he raped and sodomized 4 girls and boys he had snatched from their bedrooms. While he yet again disappeared for another 2 years, a letter appeared at the Jersey police station in 1966, taunting police. It chastised investigators for being incompetent, while proudly proclaiming that the author had committed the perfect crime. It also stated that this wasn't satisfying enough, and that 2 more people would be victimized. That August, a 15-year-old girl was snatched from her home and covered in scratches. The same exact thing happened to a 14-year-old boy in August 1970, and the boy told police the attacker wore a mask. Fortunately, the Beast of Jersey mask would never be donned again, as 46-year-old Paisner was pulled over for running a red light in a stolen car in St. Helier district on July 10, 1971. Police found a wig, cords, tape, and an ominous mask inside. Paisner wore a raincoat with tails fitted on the cuffs and shoulders, and had a flashlight on his person. He claimed that he was on his way to an orgy, but he was taken into custody instead. A search of his home yielded a hidden room with photographs of local properties, a sword, and an altar covered with books on the occult and black magic. Paisner's trial began on November 29th. It took a mere 38 minutes of deliberation for the jury to find him guilty. Convicted of 13 counts of rape, sexual assault, and sodomy against 6 of his victims, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Disturbingly, Edward Paisner was released for good behavior in 1991, but died of a heart attack 3 years later. To this day, evidence of his abuse at various children's homes continues to surface. Friday, August 12, 1983. That's the date that some claim reality was cracked open in a secluded military base on the far tip of Long Island, New York. It's the day 2 brothers, thrown through time by secret experiments aboard a Navy ship, allegedly landed in Montauk's Camp Hero and stepped into the heart of one of the wildest, most controversial conspiracy theories you've probably never heard of, the Montalk Project. It's a tale packed with everything from time travel and mind control to teleportation, aliens, and secret government experiments on children. But how did a sleepy, coastal town with a long military history become the alleged site of one of the US government's darkest secrets? While it sounds like a plot of a sci-fi movie or even a show, in a way it is, the story has been sketched into conspiracy lore. This is the true story that inspired the Netflix hit series, Stranger Things. Montauk's military legacy stretches back to 1796, when its iconic lighthouse was built to guard against British attack. By 1917, during World War I, a naval air station had been set up, and during World War II, the U.S. Army constructed Camp Hero, eventually converting the base into a radar surveillance site during the Cold War. It was renamed Montauk Air Force Station before being decommissioned in 1981. Until then, it was just another base. But in 1992, everything changed. That year, a man named Preston B. Nichols self-published a book titled The Montalk Project, Experiments in Time. It wasn't just a speculative story. Nichols claimed it was real. He said he had recovered memories of his time as a researcher at Camp Hero, where top-secret government-backed experiments were being carried out. He spoke of time portals, psychic soldiers, and kidnap children. He claimed the project was funded by Nazi gold recovered after World War II. It was a heavy story, and others began to step forward, saying they too had memories of the same thing. One of the most famous voices to come forward was Al Bielek. He claimed that in 1943 Philadelphia experiment, the Navy accidentally teleported the U.S. Eldridge and him, along with his brother, through space and time. They supposedly landed in Montalk on August 12, 1983. From there, Bielek said he joined the Montalk Project and alongside Nichols helped build something called the Montalk Chair, a machine that could amplify psychic powers and even read minds. A man named Duncan Cameron, who had extraordinary mental abilities, used the chair to open the portals to other dimensions. Nichols wrote that one experiment, the seeing eye, let Duncan see through another person's eyes if he held a lock of their hair. It sounds impossible, but strangely, the CIA actually did fund experiments in remote viewing during this time. If all this sounds familiar, it should. The creators of Stranger Things originally titled the series Montalk. The show's plot, a psychic child, secret government labs, a mysterious creature from another dimension, mirrors Nichols' book in eerie detail. But the real Montalk story gets much darker. Nichols claimed that the government abducted young boys, often runaways, orphans, or children of addicts, and brought them to Camp Hero for brutal mind control experiments. These kids, known as the Montalk Boys, were allegedly broken down with drugs like LSD, extreme temperature changes, starvation, and even near drowning, all to make them more obedient. Stuart Swerdlow, who claimed to be one of these boys, told The Sun in 2017 that the abuse was horrifying. He said boys were beaten, brainwashed, and even essayed. According to Swerdlow, some of them were used to test time travel, sent to places as far as Mars or even biblical times. Many, he said, were lost forever in space and time. Nichols claimed that the Montalk Project was finally shut down in the early 1980s, not by the government, but by its own scientists. Why? Because Duncan Cameron allegedly manifested a monster from his subconscious while in the Montalk chair. Nichols described it as big, hairy, hungry, and nasty. Different people saw different versions of the creature, but everyone agreed it destroyed everything in sight. They had to shut down the equipment to make it vanish, and afterward the entire project was supposedly buried, both literally and figuratively. The basement levels of Camp Hero, Nichols said, were flooded with cement, and everyone involved had their memories erased using MK-Ultra techniques. The real, once classified CIA mind control program that's no longer just a theory. The government insists nothing out of the ordinary happened in Montalk. The radar tower at Camp Hero still stands today, looming over the coastline like a relic of forgotten secrets. The area is now a state park, but it's still patrolled, and parts of it are off limits. Locals are skeptical but curious. There's no doubt stories have been embellished, said Paul Monty, head of Montauk Chamber of Commerce. But I don't doubt things went on during the Cold War. Even today, they don't want people in there. Documentary filmmaker Christopher Gertano, who made the Montauk Chronicles, agrees. He believes the story shouldn't be dismissed too quickly. We know the government experimented with remote viewing and mind control, so why is Montauk so unbelievable? The Montalk Project remains one of the most extreme and chilling conspiracy theories in American lore. Whether it's real, partially true, or completely fabricated, it reflects deep fears about what governments might do behind closed doors, especially when no one is watching. For now, all we have are strange books, haunting stories, and silent radar towers that still watches over the waters of Long Island. And who knows? Maybe one day, more truth will slip through the cracks of time. But what we do know is the Montalk Project is what inspired the show Stranger Things. To the unknowing visitor at the Warrens Occult Museum in Monroe, Connecticut, she looks like any other mid-century Raggedy Ann doll, but the original Annabelle doll is anything but ordinary. Since her alleged first haunting in 1970, this seemingly innocent toy has been blamed for demonic possession, violent attacks, and even near-fatal accidents. Her chilling legend has since inspired a series of horror films. But how much of Annabelle's story is real? Is she truly a vessel for a sinister entity, searching for a human host? Or is she simply a child's toy at the center of a terrifyingly lucrative ghost story? This is the true story of Annabelle.
This is the worst thing in here. It's that doll. I'm not gonna stare at it though. So you can take the picture, but I'm not going to stare at it because that has done bad harm on a lot of people. You have to conjure the spirits in order to get them. You know, you're not going to get them by just walking around here.
And that's the one that's sort of depicted a little bit in this movie, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's the Annabelle doll. Yes.
Of the Son, of the Holy Spirit, amen.
What has been done is circular embolism, which is prayers, are said all the time, you know, to pray.
And you have a priest to bless.
Yes, definitely. Yes, oh my God, yes.
Unlike her porcelain-faced Hollywood counterpart, the real Annabelle doll is unsettling for a different reason. Her sheer mundaneness, displayed in the Warrens Occult Museum, her stitched smile and bright orange snows resemble a childhood relic of simpler times. But if you were to ask Ed and Lorraine Warren, renowned paranormal investigators who took Annabelle into their possession, they'd tell you that the warnings scrawled across her glass case are there for a reason. According to them, Annabelle is responsible for at least 2 near-death experiences, 1 fatal accident, and a string of demonic occurrences spanning decades. Annabelle's story begins in 1970 when a young nurse named Donna, sometimes called Deidre, received the doll as a birthday gift from her mother. She brought Annabelle back to the apartment she shared with her roommate, Angie, another young nurse. At first, Annabelle was just another decoration, sitting harmlessly on the sofa. But before long, the 2 women noticed something strange. The doll seemed to move on her own. They would leave her on the couch, only to return home and find her in a different room, sometimes behind a closed door. Then the messages started appearing. Small notes reading, "Help me," were scattered around the apartment. Even stranger, they were written on parchment paper, something neither woman kept in their home. One afternoon, Angie's boyfriend, Lou, was in the apartment alone when he heard rustling noises from Donna's room. Thinking there was an intruder, he entered cautiously, only to find Annabelle lying face down on the floor. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain across his chest. Looking down, he saw a deep, bloody claw mark streaking across his skin. 2 days later, the wounds had vanished without a trace. Desperate for answers, Donna and Angie sought the help of a medium who held a seance and revealed that the doll was possessed, not by something evil, but by the spirit of a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins. The child's body had allegedly been found years earlier on the site where their apartment now stood. According to the medium, Annabelle's spirit simply wanted love and companionship. Feeling sympathy for this lost child, Donna and Angie invited her to stay. An invitation they would soon regret. Concerned for their safety, the woman turned to a priest, Father Hagen, who then contacted his superior, Father Cook. Finally, the case landed in the hands of Ed and Lorraine Warren. According to the Warrens, Donna and Angie made a critical mistake, believing that the spirit inhabiting Annabelle was evil. In reality, the Warrens claimed Annabelle was not a lost child, but a demonic entity looking for a human host. Ed Warren later explained, "Spirits do not possess inanimate objects like houses or toys. They possess people. In a humane, spirit can attach itself to a place or object, and this is what occurred in the Annabelle case. The spirit manipulated the doll and created the illusion of it being alive in order to get recognition. But it was never looking to stay attached to the doll. It was looking to possess a human host." The Warrens pointed to several signs of demonic possession: the unexplained movement, the materialization of parchment notes, and Lou's attack, the marks that they interpreted as the mark of the beast. At their request, Father Cook performed an exorcism on the apartment. Then the Warrens took Annabelle with them, hoping to end her sinister reign for good. The hauntings didn't stop once Annabelle was removed from Donna and Angie's apartment. On the way home, the Warrens avoided the highway, fearing that Annabelle might interfere with their vehicle. But even the back roads proved dangerous. Lorraine later claimed that their brakes failed multiple times, nearly causing catastrophic accidents. The disturbances stopped only after Ed doused Annabelle with holy water. Once home, the Warrens placed Annabelle in Ed's study, but the activity escalated. They claimed the doll levitated, moved on its own, and even appeared in different parts of the house, despite being locked in an outer building. Realizing Annabelle needed a more permanent restraint, Ed and Lorraine had a special case built, wood and glass, inscribed with the Lord's Prayer and St. Michael's Prayer. From that moment on, Ed performed regular binding rituals to keep the entity contained. But even locked away, Annabelle allegedly continued her reign of terror. Over the years, visitors to the Warrens Museum learned the hard way not to mock Annabelle. One priest picked up the doll and dismissed the idea that she was dangerous. Ed warned him not to provoke her, but the priest laughed. On his way home, he lost control of his car and crashed. He later claimed to have seen Annabelle in his rearview mirror just before the accident. Another visitor, a young man, knocked on Annabelle's case and ridiculed those who believed in her. On his way home, he lost control of his motorcycle and crashed into a tree. He was killed instantly. His girlfriend barely survived. She later recalled that just before the crash, they had been laughing about Annabelle. Despite the chilling tales, none of these stories have been confirmed. The names of the priests and the motorcyclists have never been revealed. Neither Donna nor Angie, the original owners, ever came forward publicly. And the priest who supposedly exorcised Annabelle never spoke of it again. In the end, all we have is the Warrens' word that any of this ever happened. So, is Annabelle truly a vessel for a demonic entity? Or is she simply a well-placed prop in a decades-long ghost story? Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. Whether real or imagined, the legend of Annabelle endures.
Know that you have a museum on your property.
Yes.
Now, Ed, would you want to just tell a little bit about some of the things, perhaps, that are in that museum that are really fascinating, scary things, perhaps, that you've collected over the years?
All right, I think one of the most famous would be Annabelle. This is a Raggedy Ann doll that's made like thousands of other dolls, except that this doll was used in communication, almost like having a seance. A nurse had received the doll 1971
as a present, Christmas present from her mother. And the doll stands about 3 foot high. And she would take it to bed with her at night. That's common enough for girls to do. I take a pillow. Some people take a doll. Girls are like that. Even 28-year-old ones. And after a few nights, she lived with another girl who was a nurse. Both of them St. Hartford, or Hartford Hospital.
It was Hartford Hospital, honey.
And they were on the same shift, and so they worked together, they lived together, they shared the expenses. And one morning she got this idea to bring the doll from the bedroom into the kitchen where they were having breakfast, and she put it in a chair. And she said, "Oh, Raggedy Ann here's going to have breakfast with us today," joking around. Okay, well, that was a joke. Then, the next thing...
Bless you.
The next thing, she brought it down again the next morning, and the next morning. But the third morning, they're talking to the doll, and the arms of the doll are on the chair like this. Suddenly, they went up and onto the table. Now, this didn't frighten them. This intrigued them, to the extent that the one nurse said to the other one of the nurses knows a medium. Let's ask her about this. I'll bet you there's a spirit in that doll. That's what they did. They asked this nurse about it. She said, "Yeah." She said, "I know a woman who was a medium. I'll bring her over, and we'll hold a seance." It was a joke, just a game. But it didn't turn out to be a game. It turned out to be one of the most horrifying experiences they'd ever have in their life. And I've talked to people just recently, as recent as 2 months ago, who know the two nurses. And even today, they don't like to talk about it. They'll never come to our lectures. They don't want to talk about Raggedy Ann, Annabelle at all. So now the woman held a seance, and she said, "There's a spirit of a 6-year-old girl in that doll who was killed in an automobile accident just outside of your apartment house here." Well, there was a 6-year-old child by the name of Annabelle who was killed. But God does not allow the spirit of a child to go into a doll. This was a demon who was posing as that little child to create sympathy to these two young women, which it did. Now this was no longer a doll. This was a child. They would take it for rides. They'd talk to it. They'd buy clothing for it, jewelry. They treated it just as though it was that little girl who was killed, Annabelle. Now they were giving it a lot of recognition. Soon after the first seance, things would happen in their house. What we refer to as infestation. There would be knocking sounds. They'd see flashing lights in their bedroom at night, shooting across the room. The bed would shake a little bit. It would get icy cold. They'd hear whispering, which we call magic whispering. Now, from time to time, these girls would change shifts. But they were getting a little scared now. So they decided to stay on the same shift all the time, 4 to 12. They leave the doll in the bedroom. They come home after midnight, put the key in the door, unlock the door, and who do you think is standing there? The Raggedy Ann doll.
Standing there.
Now that doll has flimsy legs. If you try to stand it up, you can't. I've seen that doll stand. I've seen a lot of things happen around that doll. Well, this still didn't scare them. But one of the fiancés, one of the girls, was against all of this. He said, "Burn the doll, throw it away, get rid of it. It's evil." Well, he falls asleep one afternoon, a Saturday, and the doll is in a chair not far from him, and the girls are cleaning up the apartment. He wakes up with a start. He said, "My God, what a nightmare." He said, "I dreamt that doll was strangling me." He had marks on his throat. Was it psychosomatic? Well, let's see. He gets up, he looks at the doll in the chair, picks it up, and throws it right across the room. "You're nothing but a rag doll. You couldn't hurt anyone." With that, Tony, 7 psychic slashes appear on his body. Now, we've seen these kind of slashes. We've filmed them. These slashes come from nowhere. The blood came right through his shirt. The nurses witnessed this. Then, a huge chair rolled across the room. Pictures on the walls came off. Started smashing and breaking. Loud pounding sounds. Now they're all frightened. They called the High Episcopal Canon in Hartford, Connecticut. He called Father Richard Nolan, an exorcist. And Father Nolan called us. We went to the apartment. Exorcism was performed immediately over the people, the three people, and the apartment. I brought that doll back to my museum. Now, why would I have something like that in a museum? Evidence, proof. The skeptics, the atheists, the first thing they attack you with is, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? This never happened. I not only have the doll, I have film, I have recordings, I have eyewitness accounts from credible people who have seen this phenomena happen in and around that doll. A priest comes to my home one day, young fella, has his rectory right here in Connecticut. Ed, I'd like to take you and Lorraine for a ride in my new car. I'm very proud of it. We went with him. When he took us back, he said, what about this doll everybody's talking about? Because we had shown it on Channel 18, on a TV show we're on. Could I see it? I understand it puts slashes on people. I brought him into the museum. It's in a chair. He looks at it. Just like the guy in Hartford. He walks right over to it, never said a word, picked it up, threw it right across the room. God is more powerful than a devil. I said, yes, Father. God is more powerful than millions of devils. But he wasn't. He found that out. Less than an hour later, driving home on Route 84, his brand new car went out of control. I know what he's talking about because the same thing happened to Lorraine and I when we talked about Amityville one time on Route 84. You can't control the car. Half of his car was sheared off by a tractor-trailer truck. He should have been killed, but he lived. God will only let the devil go so far. The last thing he remembered seeing was the image of that doll. Well, then a detective comes to our house. We're working on the murder of a little child. Lorraine often helps the police through her clairvoyance. I through my knowledge of ritual magic murders. After we're through, he said, Ed, can I go out to the museum and look around? Sure, I brought him out. Now, this is a homicide detective. You were a cop. These guys are tough guys. They're used to seeing crazy sights, right? He looks around and he said, you know, of all the things in this building here, that doll there, I can't take my eyes off of it. The Raggedy Ann was still in the chair. Just then, the phone rang. It was a personal call. I told him I'd be right back, not to touch anything in that building. Everything in there was unholy, unblessed. Well, I'm up there talking on the phone. I wasn't even there 10 minutes. When all of a sudden, I hear him coming up the stairs. This guy is a big guy, 6'2", 6'3", over 200 pounds, all muscle. Used to seeing grisly sights. He's shaking. He can't hardly talk. I thought he was having a heart attack. I sat him down. I was going to call an ambulance. There was no 911 then. Called an ambulance, said, no, Ed, it's not that. I said, what's wrong? I just don't want to talk about it. He was embarrassed. Lorraine walked in. He looks at Lorraine. He said, I'll talk to Lorraine about it, but I don't want her to ever mention it again. She didn't have to. I knew what he did. I went back down into the building. Everything was knocked over. He had picked up the doll. He had picked up that inanimate object. Its aura mingled with his aura. And something so terrible occurred to that man that he resigned from the police department 3 months later. But that's not the end.
Someone's ending the show. We're almost out of time. So
We're almost out of time.
if you could quickly end that one.
A group of college students came one day. One of them said this is nothing but a bunch of bunk. I don't believe in it. He went over to the Raggedy Ann doll, which is in a case, knocking on it. He said, this doll can't do anything. I dare him right now to put slashes on me. I put him out of the building. Less than 3 hours later, that boy was dead. His girlfriend, who had been with him on a motorcycle, said he was laughing about the doll, smashed into a tree, head on, was killed instantly.
On May 24th, 2022, a movie by the name of The Silent Twins was released. You may not have heard of June and Jennifer Gibbons, but it'd be easy to see why they were called the Silent Twins and why everyone was interested in their story. But I'd like to pose a question. Did you know that 50% of twins develop their own language? And if you have, leave it in the comments section. But if you know any weird facts about twins, also leave that in the comment section. But this is the true short story behind the movie, The Silent Twins.
Me and my sister spoke. We knew what we were saying. My mother had to guess what we were saying. And they kept saying, "What are you saying? What are you saying?" And we just say, "Oh, you can't hear us now, you can't hear us never." And we couldn't be bothered to repeat ourselves, we didn't speak. We left it. And to do a habit of not speaking.
Nightmare Files.
The Gibbons twins were born in 1963 at the Royal Air Force Hospital in Aden, Yemen, and they were born 10 minutes apart from each other. They were well-behaved and quiet children, but strangely, they didn't talk until they were 3 years old. They didn't talk, but they often looked at books, drew pictures, and wrote small notes. But even after they were 3 years old, they were known to be closed off from everybody but each other. Their father, Aubrey, was in the Royal Air Force, and the family was moving around a lot, but it didn't help the children adapt. They became more and more closed off and still only talked to each other. And each school led to new bullies and distress due to their strange nature, lack of language, and skin color. Right before their 13th birthday, the twins stopped talking to their parents and refused to be in the same room as them and their 3 siblings. They also walked in sync with each other, turned at the same place, same time, almost as if they were marching. And when someone saw them, they froze like deer in headlights and just stared at the person. Their strange behavior constantly exhausted their family's feelings. Neighbors withdrew from the whole family. The twins had no friends and showed no interest into letting anyone else into their alienated world. Too much for their parents, the twins were sent to Eastgate Special Education Center in 1977, a few days after their 14th birthday. They were tested for their behavior and education, revealing that they were socially incompetent and easily depressed. But they were surprisingly independent. The weirdest discovery was how the twins acted when they felt that they weren't being filmed. The most stunning example of June and Jennifer's bizarre behavior was provided by a videotape of the two made with a hidden camera. Thinking they were unobserved, the girls just played with each other, laughed, and talked happily with each other. People magazine wrote a story about the twins in 1986, and yet their weekly therapy sessions were a failure because the girls simply refused to speak. They left the school a couple of years after and moved back in with their parents, and immediately they isolated themselves in their room. Their mother, Gloria, would take them their mail and slide it underneath the door. She would leave a tray of food outside of it, and still, they never spoke to her or anyone else in the family. Yet their parents would hear them talking and laughing, or even fighting behind the closed doors. So no one knew what was actually happening between the two, as they screamed and fought, and giggled in the privacy of their bedroom. Who knew? Writing was their main focus because they wanted to be famous authors. June, she wrote a novel named Pepsi Cola Addict, while Jennifer wrote one called Discomania. By now, the twins were 17 years old and becoming full-on delinquents when they weren't writing. They routinely got in violent fights with each other, and after some legal trouble that ended with an injured fireman and over $200,000 in damages, they were sent to Britain's high-security psychiatric hospital, Broadmoor. It was one of the largest and most dangerous maximum security mental hospitals throughout Europe. Their time at Broadmoor was summarized by a doctor who witnessed their behavior. At Broadmoor, the doctors found June and Jennifer to be deeply disturbed, even dangerous. The two took turns eating, one eating one day, while the other starved. And though they were split up and housed in cells in opposite ends of the hospital, nurses often found them eerily frozen in the same distinct poses. This went on for 11 years. Until doctors agreed to transfer the twins to Caswell Clinic, a lower security facility in Bridgend, Wales. While in Broadmoor, an interviewer and journalist named Marjorie Wallace met the twins every week. She was in the middle of writing a book about the twins, and they were happy with it and gave her their diaries, poetry, and more. But as time went on, darkness spread among them. June wrote in her journal, "We have become fatal enemies in each other's eyes. We feel the irritating deadly rays come out of our bodies. stinging each other's skin. I say to myself, can I get rid of my own shadow? Is that even possible? Without my shadow, would I die? Without my shadow, would I gain life, be free, or left to die? Without my shadow, which I identify with a face of misery, deception, and murder. This went on for over a decade. Finally, the twins were going to be transferred to a less secure hospital, where they would serve another year and then be released into the public. Wallace last visited the twins at Broadmoor Hospital, and something very strange happened. This is from Wallace during an interview with NPR. I took my daughter in, and we went through all the doors, and then we went into the place where the visitors were allowed to have tea. And we had quite a jolly conversation to begin with. And then suddenly in the middle of the conversation, Jennifer said, "Marjorie, I'm going to have to die." And I sort of laughed. I sort of said, "What? Don't be silly. You're 31 years old. You know you're just about to be freed from Broadmoor. Why are you going to have to die? You're not ill." And she just said, "Because we decided." At that point, I got very, very frightened because I could see that they meant it. And then they said, "We have made a pact. Jennifer has got to die because they said that the day that they left Broadmoor, the day that they were free from a secure hospital, one of them would have to give up their life to really enable the other one to be free." I later found a little note that they had written, which said that 2 is your laughing, and that 2 is your smiling, and now I'm dead. That 2 is your crying. The day that they transferred, Jennifer died of swelling of the heart. They were loaded into the van, and when the van began to drive away, Jennifer slumped over on June's shoulder and fell into a coma. She was declared dead at 6 p.m. that night. There was no evidence of foul play, no poison in her system, and still, doctors have no exact reason for her death. However, Wallace thinks that she simply willed her own death. She was 31 years old. The family was devastated. They knew their lives would never be the same, nor would June's. One of their sisters said, "They should have never been locked up in Broadmoor. I know that they did wrong, but they didn't kill anyone. It totally ruined their lives, and if it were me, I would have sued Broadmoor. I would not have let them get away with that and what they did. But it was my parents. It was their choice. And they always said that it would not bring Jenny back." The family has since moved on in peace, including June. June now lives near her family in the town of Milford Haven in Pembrokeshire, Wales. When asked about the hospitalizations impacting her family, Greta, one of the other sisters, said, "June has never gotten married, and she's never had children or fulfilled her ambition to be a writer. She just lives on her own, in silence, just like she did before."
Place. Now these 2 little girls were walking one behind the other, heads down, and as if they're in some sort of a chain gang. I'd never come across anything like it before. I'd met funny people before. I'd met mad people before, cooks and all the rest of it.
June had stopped eating, she'd stopped moving, she'd stopped dressing herself, and she would sit on her bed in the morning, I don't know whether she'd slept, she certainly hadn't undressed. Having laid on the bed, she would sit crying in a sort of catatonic state with liquid from her nose and her eyes and her mouth hanging in a great beard down to here, with the unit staff mopping her face, not speaking, not going to the toilet. I mean, obviously, we had to...
Me and my sister spoke. We knew what we were saying. My mother had to guess what we were saying. And she was one that was a bit worried about us.
Thank you for watching. This was the true short story behind the movie, The Silent Twins. Thursday, October 31st, 1991. Doris Gibson was driving down Bray Road in Wisconsin, when all of a sudden she hit something. Whatever it was made her car lift off the ground. After driving for another 50 feet after the impact, Doris stopped and got out of the car to assess the situation. As she made her way to the back of the car, she noticed that there was nothing behind her car. Then out of nowhere, something came running out of the woods. She ran back into her car and tried to speed away. As she did so, It jumped on the back of her trunk, and it slid off because of the rain. Later that night, while picking up a friend from a party, they noticed that same thing off in the distance. What was seen that night was simply described as a wolf-like man. These are the real-life experiences of people encountering the Wolfman.
That was too big to be a dog. That thing was bigger than me.
Elkhorn, Wisconsin, 1936. A small rural town, picturesque and charming, with a population of roughly 6,500. As author Linda Godfrey wrote in her book, The Beast of Bray Road, Elkhorn was known as the Christmas card town, surrounded by a rich prairie and dotted with cornfields and dairy farms. And about an hour's drive from Madison and Milwaukee, it was almost an idyllic place. Not the sort of setting you'd hear about in a true crime podcast, for instance. But something would soon change the town in Elkhorn forever. Mark Shackleman, a night watchman at a Catholic convent, St. Coletta, the very same St. Coletta where Rosemary Kennedy was housed after her father, Joseph Kennedy, had her lobotomized for agitated depression to combat her sometimes violent mood swings in 1941. Around midnight, Shackleman was walking through the fields near the school when she saw something pierce the top of a nearby Native American burial mound. It appeared wolf-like, yet standing upright, and appeared to be clawing at the ground. Shackleman approached the creature to get a better look, but it fled. The following morning, Shackleman told his wife about the creature, describing that its thumbs and little fingers appeared shriveled, notably shorter than the others on its hands. During the daylight hours, Shackleman returned to the mound and discovered raking marks in the dirt. After dusk passed and gave way to night, Shackleman returned to the mound and once again saw the creature. This time, however, it did not flee. It stood and faced Shackleman, who later estimated it to be nearly 7 feet tall. He said the creature was covered with dark or black hair, gave off a bad odor, like long dead meat, eyes that looked right into me, and it made a sound. It sounded like 3-syllable growls, low and mean, with the accent of a second syllable. Mark Shackleman was in his mid-30s, a strong and capable man, and a former heavyweight boxer, but the encounter made the hairs on his neck stand on end. Some who heard Shackleman's story assumed that the creature must have been a hellhound, a creature often found in ancient European and biblical literature. The growl of the hellhound was once described by writer Bob Trubshaw as a halfway station between articulate speech and silence, filled with emotion and power, but utterly lacking in reason. Then there was what Shackleman had heard the creature say. It was a guttural, which shares on an uncanny resemblance to Gadara, a site mentioned in the Bible as the location in ancient Judea, where Jesus exorcised a demon-possessed man coming from the tombs, just as the creature Shackleman saw had been clawing at a burial mound. Even among believers, this hellhound explanation for the Beast of Bray Road carries little credence. Rather, it highlights how the creature seems to defy explanation. When presented with something beyond understanding, it is often easiest to compare it to something you already know. In any case, Shackleman's story ends there. The creature he saw atop the burial mound vanished for a time. Or perhaps it simply lay in wait, as nearly 50 years after Shackleman's encounter, stories of the creature once again began to surface. Throughout the 1980s and 90s, sightings of the Bray Road beast rose in prominence. Though mostly seen around Elkhorn, locals also reported sightings of the beast as far as Walworth, Racine, and Jefferson County. The first of these encounters with the so-called Wisconsin werewolf occurred in the fall of 1989. Around 1:30 a.m., Lori and Drizzy was driving home along Bray Road from a lounge in Elkhorn called the Jury Room, where she worked as a manager. There, off to the side, she saw a massive creature, its back turned to her. As she continued along the road, she glanced back and caught it from the front. It was kneeling, she said. Its elbows were up, and its claws were facing out, so she knew it had claws, and she said she remembers the long claws. She said it seemed to be holding something between the long claws, like roadkill perhaps. But unlike many animals, which would turn and run away when headlights were aimed at them, this creature instead turned and stared at her. Terrified, and Drizzy drove home. The next morning, she ventured to the local library to dig through the catalogs and find something that might explain what she saw. What she found was an entry to the Golden Book of the Mysterious, published in 1976, featuring an illustration labeled Werewolf. It was night and it was quite late, but I know what I saw, Drizzy said. You don't mistake something like that. To this day, I believe it was satanic. It was just my feeling. I don't believe in werewolves per se, but I believe something could be, well, conjured up. 2 years later, another local named Doris Gibson claimed to have seen the beast. It was Halloween night 1991, and Gibson was driving along the road through the fog when she hit something and it felt her front tire lift off the ground. After driving another 50 feet, she stopped the car and got out to assess the damage. Whatever she hit was big. There was nothing on the road behind her, and she made her way around the back of the car. It came running out of the woods. And she said, "Here comes this thing," and it was just running at me, she said. It was no dog. It was bigger than me. I've never seen a human run like that. And my uncle was a track star. Gibson quickly got back in her car and slammed her foot on the gas. At that moment, the creature caught up to the car and landed on her trunk, only sliding off because it had been slick because of the rain. Gibson said she had felt she had been something's dinner had the beast caught her, but she managed to escape. Except later that night, she saw it again. She picked a friend up from a party, and on the way home, that friend pointed out in the window and screamed. She said, "Look at that thing." Gibson wasted no time in speeding away, and when she got home, she noticed claw marks on the back of her blue Plymouth Sundance. Gibson later described the creature as a freak of nature and one of God's mistakes. Godfrey published both Gibson and Drizzy's stories in a local paper. And shortly after, even more people came forward with accounts of the alleged beast of Bray Road. As reported by Milwaukee Magazine, Godfrey acknowledged that some of the nuances on her website, there is a highly probability that everyone is not always seeing the same thing. There could be a biological, physical animal seen by some, while others see phantoms or supernatural entities from a variety of sources. A few may be misidentifications or hoaxes. For the most part, sightings of the Wisconsin werewolf have dropped off since the 1990s, but a few still believe that creature lurks in the brush along Bray Road. And then, of course, there are those who never believe in it to begin with. In either case, the legend of the beast Bray Road has solidified itself in the pantheon of American folklore, and who knows, it may still be out there. Sunday, August 20th, 1989. Jose and Keddie Menendez were found in their Beverly Hills home, dead from gunshot wounds. Jose on the couch and Keddie on the floor as she tried to run away. Their violent death shocked Los Angeles, but their brutal murder was just the beginning. Before long, the blame for their slaying was pinned on their sons, 21-year-old Lyle and 18-year-old Eric. And the story of the Menendez brothers would soon captivate America. In a trial filled with twists and turns, which played out on court TV, Lyle and Eric admitted to murdering both their parents. They denied that they murdered them for their millions. Instead, Lyle and Eric claimed that they killed Jose and Keddie over maltreatment. As a transfixed nation watched, Lyle and Eric Menendez describes years of alleged maltreatment at the hands of their parents. The Menendez brothers sobbed on the stand, gave graphic descriptions, and offered different stories of their father's cruel personality. This is the true story behind the monsters.
What's the problem? I'm sorry to kill my parents. Pardon me? Sorry to kill my parents. What?
As children, Lyle and Eric Menendez seemed to have it all. Born in 1968 and 1970, the two boys grew up in a wealthy New Jersey suburb with their parents, Jose, a self-made Cuban immigrant, and Keddie, a former beauty queen. But the Menendez brothers later claimed that their picture-perfect childhood was all a facade, which hid some extremely dark truths. Their father, who had climbed his way from washing dishes to becoming a successful entertainment executive, pushed both Lyle and Eric hard. According to the Los Angeles Times, Jose wanted his boys to be tennis stars and even hired private coaches for lessons. He demanded excellence from both his sons and their coaches, one of whom quit in frustration. Jose was intense off the tennis courts too. The Los Angeles Times reports that he expected his sons to be able to hold conversations about topics like international politics and sometimes gave them hour-long lectures. What's more is the Menendez brothers also later claimed that Jose abused them in many different ways. One of their cousins later told ABC News that when Lyle was 8 years old and she was 17, he told her that his father had done things to him. The cousins told Keddie, but didn't think that the boy's mother believed her. And as the years went on, cracks began to show in the Menendez family. After they moved to Southern California for Jose's work in 1986, Eric and Lyle started getting into trouble for stealing from their neighbors' homes. Rolling Stone reports that their crime spree enraged Jose to such an extent that he allegedly amended his will so his sons would receive less. According to ABC, he was even thinking about removing his sons from his will entirely. But before Jose had a chance, he and his wife would be brutally killed. On August 20th, 1989, a seemingly hysterical Lyle Menendez, then 21, called 911. He said, "They shot and killed my parents," as he sobbed. Outside the house, his 18-year-old brother Eric wailed until the night as the police arrived. As the Menendez brothers put it, they'd spent the night at the movies. Because Eric needed his ID for the next stop, they returned to the family home to pick it up and found their parents dead. Eric said, "Once we realized what had happened after we called the police, it started sinking into our heads that these aren't just two people, these are our parents." Jose had been shot at least 5 times on the sofa, sustaining mortal wounds to the head, along with wounds to the arms and legs. Keddie, who apparently tried to flee from her assailants, had been shot 10 times. According to the Rolling Stones, the Menendez brothers' grief seemed to be genuine that the police didn't follow protocol as they examined the crime scene. They didn't test the brothers' hands for gunshot residue and didn't conduct a formal interview until 2 months after Jose and Keddie's deaths. The gruesome double murder, it initially seemed, was a gangland-style killing. But as time went on, the Menendez brothers started to ruse investigators' suspicions. Lyle and Eric burned through $700,000 of their father's $14 million fortune in 6 months, spending lavishly on expensive cars, watches, tennis coaches, and exotic vacations. Detective Les Zoller explained to Oxygen that investigators really began to suspect the brothers when they learned that Eric had written a screenplay in which a character murders his parents to inherit their money. Investigators also noted that the Menendez brothers had offered some odd details about the night of their parents' deaths, like seeing gun smoke in the air, something that would have disappeared shortly after shots were fired. The authorities' suspicions were confirmed in a shocking fashion when the mistress of a therapist named Dr. Jerome Oziel, who had been treating Eric, came forward with tapes of both Eric and Lyle confessing to their parents' murders. In March 1990, the Menendez brothers were arrested. While arguments continued over whether or not Oziel's tapes were admissible in court, Eric and Lyle Menendez's trial captivated the nation. In 1993, the case played out on court TV and brought the drama of the Menendez brothers straight to America's living room. Both brothers claimed that their father and mother abused them in multiple ways. Despite these revelations, the prosecution maintained that the Menendez brothers had killed their parents in cold blood for their money. The California Supreme Court ruled that the taped confessions were indeed admissible in court, and investigators found that the brothers had bought the guns they used during the murder with a stolen ID. What's more, is Lyle had told his friend that he had deleted his father's amended will shortly after his death. Though both brothers' trials ended in mistrials in 1994, they went back to court in 1995 for a retrial, where videotaping was banned, and they were each found guilty for first-degree murder in 1996. The Menendez brothers were then sentenced to life in prison in Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility, where they remain to this day. Whatever their motive, the case of the Menendez brothers remains one of the most captivating true crime tales of the 1990s. Theirs is a story of revenge, greed, and violence, and it offers the haunting reminder that, at the end of the day, no one knows for sure what happens behind closed doors.
Why do you want to know my name?
I want to know who I'm looking at. Nightmare Files.
In 1996, the world was introduced to a new kind of scary movie, one that pointed out the cliches and flaws in all scary movies that we know today. There have been many sequels to the movie, with another one being released in 2022. But if you think that this is pure fiction, you might want to reconsider. This is the true story and events behind the movie Scream.
The killing sent a shockwave here through the University of Florida campus.
You know, it really makes me fear for my life. I just think it's really frightening that something like this can happen in your own backyard.
Well, it was really shocking. We were sitting on the floor in the dorm and immediately got up and locked the door.
It concerns my mother even more.
Many continue to go to classes even though they say the administration should postpone school for a few days.
I think they should until at least next week. See what happens. I mean, they should catch this guy.
I'm going to take her back home because it's too much of a risk.
A lot of people are leaving. Our whole dorm this weekend is going to be gone.
Many haven't left town, but an arrest soon would pacify this anxious, nervous community.
Students are arming themselves with knives, rolling pins, stun guns.
Special.
You know how to handle it?
No, but I'm going to find out.
All I can say is that you need to protect yourself against any intruder, anyone that you don't know in your apartments, in your complexes, and make sure your complexes are secure. We're trying to marshal all the resources we possibly can, number one, to prevent any further homicides, and secondly, to identify our suspect or suspects.
A lot of these students are very scared.
Yes, and I cannot blame them. Obviously, you begin to wonder how secure you are in your own home.
source within the investigation is telling us that the type of weapon used is a sharp medical instrument. Body parts are missing at one of the scenes.
Here again, at this point, we're not prepared to talk about specific crimes.
Gainesville police discovered the bodies of two 18 to 20-year-old women who sources say are University of Florida students.
Sonia Larson and Christina Powell were stabbed to death.
There's multiple stab wounds to her body. We're not saying how many, what manner, what type of instrument.
The question now facing police is, are these murders related?
At this point, we simply don't know.
Everything that happened in Gainesville, Florida happened very fast. The murders spanned just a few nights in August 1990, from August 24th through August 27th. Sonia Larson, Kristen Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Paulus, and Manny Taboda. All of them were killed in their apartments. Every time the weapon was a knife, never a gun. Danny Rowland also had a one-man camp set up near the apartments where a lot of college students lived. He would always enter the back doors because they faced the woods where his camp was. Inside the one-man camp, he had audio diaries in which he goes into detail about his crimes, but the tapes were not listened to until there were multiple bodies, because the tapes were found prior to the last killing happening. The students were from Santa Fe College and the University of Florida. These murders happened in the middle of a burglary and robbery spree in Gainesville, Florida. What he did to the bodies is unspeakable and unforgettable. He then posed their bodies in certain positions while facing a mirror sometimes. In the early morning hours of Friday, August 24th, Rowling broke into an apartment shared by 17-year-old university freshmen Sonia Larson and Christina Powell. Finding Powell asleep on the downstairs couch, he stood over her briefly, but did not wake her up, choosing instead to explore the upstairs bedroom where Larson was also asleep. Larson was the first victim. He taped her mouth shut in order to muffle her screams. She died trying to fight him off. Rowling went back downstairs, taped Powell's mouth shut, bound her wrists together, and threatened her with a knife. He then killed her. Rowling posed the bodies in provocative positions. He then took a shower before leaving the apartment. The family members of the victims complained about not hearing from them. The family members called the apartment personnel and police. Once maintenance personnel and police showed up, they entered the apartment. Once entering the apartment, they fell sick due to what they saw.
You could see her in a bad position, and I just turned around and walked out. My maintenance man, unfortunately, ran down the stairs screaming, "Oh God, oh God," and came out and he threw up. And the sad, sad part about it is, we had the parents behind us on the stairs.
8 hours later on August 25th, Rowling broke into the apartment of 18-year-old Krista Hoyt, prying open the sliding glass door with a knife and a screwdriver. Noticing that she was not home, he waited in the living room for her to return. At 11 a.m., Hoyt entered the apartment, and Rowling surprised her from behind, putting her in a chokehold. After she stopped fighting, he taped her mouth shut, bound her wrists together, and led her into the bedroom. After arriving back at his campsite when he left her apartment, Rowling could not find his wallet. Thinking that he may have lost it at the murder scene, he returned there, at which he decided to pose Hoyt's head on a shelf facing her body, and her body sitting up at the edge of the bed. By now, the murders had attracted widespread media attention, and many students were taking extra precautions. Because the spree was happening so early in the fall semester, some students withdrew their enrollment or transferred to other schools. Tracy Paulus, who was 23 years old, was living with her roommate Manny Taboda, also 23. Many people thought that they were a couple, but they were just friends. On August 27th, Daniel Rowling broke into the apartment by prying open the sliding glass door with the same tools that he had used before. Rowling found Taboda asleep in one of the bedrooms, and after a struggle with the young man, he eventually killed him. Hearing the commotion, Paulus went down the hall to Taboda's bedroom and saw Rowling. She ran away and attempted to barricade herself in her bedroom, but Rowling broke through the door. Rowling taped her mouth and wrists, cut off her clothing, and he killed her. Rowling posed Paula's body, but left Taboda's in the same position in which he had died. With the exception of Taboda, all the victims were petite Caucasian brunette women with brown eyes. Although law enforcement initially had very few leads, police did identify two suspects. One, a University of Florida student who had a history of mental illness and had numerous scars on his face from a car accident, making him an ideal image when discussing news about the investigation. His photo was shown repeatedly by media outlets. Rowling once told a friend that he liked to stick knives in people. That friend told his wife. His wife, when she heard about the killings, also heard about killings in Louisiana that happened. Her conscience was telling her that the person committing these crimes were Daniel Rowling, the family friend. She eventually told the police that they should look into Rowling, and they did. Authorities publicly cleared any other suspects of all charges after Rowling's arrest. Years after the murders, Rowling's guilty to all charges. His motive was to become a huge star and to be well known like serial killer Ted Bundy. Before being sentenced, Rowling was asked if he wanted to address the court, and he answered yes with a smirk on his face, him and his lawyer. He proceeded to stand up and sing a song to his lady friend who was present in court, and he sat down like it was nothing once he was done. He was eventually sentenced to death and was executed October 25, 2006. This was the story about the Gainesville Ripper, the crimes that inspired the movie Scream.
I have to give Mr. Rowling an opportunity to have a say. You have anything you want to say, Mr. Rowling?
Well, sir. If it please the court, could I address the court?
Sure, say whatever you want to say.
Thank you. And, I recall the day I first saw you. I reached out to say I love you, but it was hard to say. I couldn't touch you. So tell me, baby, what were my words? All my tears run together.
Excuse me, Mr. Rowling.
Down the path you choose to follow.
Mr. Rowling.
So tell me, baby, what were my words? All my tears run together. What were my words? All my tears run together, baby, just like rain.
Okay, you get one song and that's it, Mr. Rowling. We're not here so that you can address your friend. We're here for sentencing.
The Haunting of Hill House tells the story of several people in one of the most haunted houses in the country. The following families all experienced something that felt very much real to them. These are the real-life hauntings that inspired The Haunting of Hill House. When Janet and Jack Smurl first moved into their family home, the property needed repainting and refixing, but what they didn't know was that the renovations would be the least of their problems. Over a period of 13 years, they were tormented by ghosts that haunted the place. Janet was believed she was touched in her sleep by a demon, and Jack was also attacked by an unknown force as he watched a baseball game on TV. They also witnessed the family dog being thrown violently against the wall. Demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren identified 4 ghosts at the property: a harmless old lady, a violent young girl, a man who died in the home, and a demon who controlled the other 3 spirits. In 1987, the Smurl family had enough of the attacks, and they fled their home with no intention to return. In 1970, the Parent family moved into a farmhouse in Rhode Island, built in 1736. The previous occupant issued them a code warning: for the sake of your family, leave the lights on at night. The torment began almost immediately. Carolyn was awoken in the middle of the night by the ghost of an old, gray lady named Bathsheba, whose head hung loosely. The apparition warned the family to leave. The children also bonded with the spirit of a little boy they affectionately named Manny, who watched them through the windows as they played outside. And then there were other spirits who tossed them out of their bed, pulled at their legs, and filled the house with the smell of rotting flesh many mornings at 5:15 a.m. To this day, the Perrin family struggle to talk about what happened. Andrea Perrin, now a grown woman, said, "Let's just say there was a very bad male spirit in the home with 5 little girls." In 1869, Henry McPike built a 16-bedroom mansion for his family. In the 1900s, the mansion was sold to Paul Lechinger, who rents the rooms to boarders. However, those who did stay there soon began to hear strange noises, including children talking and laughing together, although children were not on the grounds. Following the death of Lechinger in 1945, the mansion sat vacant until 1994 when Sharon and George Lucky purchased the property. Sharon soon noticed that the ghost-like man would stare at her from the windows as she was gardening. Other disturbances included orbs being caught on camera and heavy metal doors opening on their own. Ghost hunters have confirmed that the most paranormally active room in the house is the wine cellar. In the mid-1800s, Lucy Chase Sprague lost her fortune and died penniless in the Sprague mansion. The property has stood with a dark cloud over it since then. In 1967, Robert and Viola Lynch moved into the 28-bedroom mansion that featured its very own creepy doll room. In the late 1960s, Bob Lynch Jr. and a few of his friends had their blankets thrown off of their beds. Using a makeshift Ouija board, they contacted a ghost that spelled out, "Tell my story." Another entity haunts the place, is a ghost by the name of Amasa Sprague, whose body was discovered and bludgeoned to death close to the house in 1843. Since the Lynch family moved away, paranormal experts have visited the mansion and captured the doll's eyes in the doll room moving on camera. The wine cellar is also a place of much paranormal activity, including orbs and unexplained lights. Between 1977 and 1979, there was one ghost story that gripped the world, the Enfield poltergeist. Within this home, a single mother, Peggy, and her 2 young daughters were tormented by a violent poltergeist. Sisters 13-year-old Margaret and 11-year-old Janet complained of menacing voices, loud banging, and chairs being overturned in the house. Janet will also become possessed and speak in deep, demon-like voice belonging to 70-year-old Bill Wilkins, who had previously died at the house. Press photographer Graham Morris, who was asked to report on the disturbances, recalled, "I thought it was an ordinary job until I walked in the house." Morris managed to capture a famous photograph of young Janet levitating out of her bed as her face twists in horror. Built in 1868, the Limp Mansion is a cave where the Limp family brewed their own beer. In 1901, William Limp was left devastated when his 4th son Frederick Limp died of ill health. In 1904, William committed suicide by gunshot and William Jr. took over the family business. In 1920, Elsa Limp Wright, the youngest Limp child, shot herself after her divorce. As a result of Prohibition, the family brewery was sold at an auction after hitting hard times, and Billy Jr. shot himself in 1922. Years later, in 1949, Charles Limp, the 3rd son, shot himself in the head after killing a dog. The only surviving son, Edwin Limp, died of natural causes, and his dying wish was for everything in the family to be destroyed. Not surprisingly, The Limp Mansion is now a restaurant and is said to be haunted. One legend is that there was another Limp son who was born deformed and hidden away in the attic. His spirit is believed to hunt and torment the house. In 1986, the Snedeker family, Alan and Carmen, their 3 sons and daughter and 2 nieces, moved into a house in Southington, Connecticut. While exploring their new home, Carmen found mortician's tools in the basement, and she soon discovered that the property was once a funeral home. It wasn't long before their oldest son experienced visions of evil spirits, and both parents claimed to have been attacked by demons. Demonologist Ed and Lorraine Warren agreed that the Snedeker house was infested with demons. Since the family moved from the home, there have been no further reports of any paranormal activity. It is believed that the evil within this was drawn to the family rather than the house itself. Located at 525 South Winchester Boulevard in San Jose, California, is the Winchester House, which was first built in 1884. Following the death of her husband, William Wirt Winchester, and with $1,000 a day inheritance in hand, Sarah Winchester sought the help of spiritualists to deal with her grief. Sarah had also lost her only daughter when she was just 6 weeks old. The spiritualist warned Sarah that she was cursed and advised her to build a home for the spirits. The spirits in question were said to be those killed by Winchester rifles. Sarah sold her home in New Haven, Connecticut, and began work on the Winchester house. If you continue building, you will live. Stop and you will die, advised the spiritualist. Every day for 38 years, Sarah continued building. The property ended up with 160 rooms, 47 fireplaces, trap doors, secret passages, and staircase that led to nowhere. On November 3, 1974, Ronald Butch DeFeo Jr. murdered his parents, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters with a .35 caliber rifle while they slept peacefully in their beds. Butch claimed he was tormented by voices that ordered him to kill his family. A year later, George and Kathleen Lutz moved into the Amityville house with their children after purchasing the 5-bedroom property for a low price. George reportedly then began to awaken at 3:15 a.m. every day, around the time Butch was known to have massacred his family. They also saw a pig-like creature with red eyes staring from the windows of the house, and the young children would levitate from their beds. Both George and Kathleen passed lie detector tests about what they experienced in the home, and eventually, they fled from the property. 112 Ocean Drive is still known as one of the most haunted houses in America. Tuesday, August 30th, 1977. Peggy Hodgins, a single mother of 4, went into her children's bedroom to tell them to stop making so much noise and to go to sleep. The children told her that the bed keeps shaking, and it's hard for them to go to sleep. The mother told them that it was their imagination, and everyone went to bed. The next night, Peggy heard loud knocks, footsteps, and shuffling going across the floor. When she investigated the sounds, a dresser was on the other side of the room. She pushed it back where it came from, but then it moved again by itself. Peggy then attempted to move it back one more time, but she couldn't. That scared her so much that she gathered her kids and went to a neighbor's house. Those same neighbors then investigated the house along with police officers. What they encountered in that house scared them so much that they ran out of the house and notified local news channels. This is the true story behind the movie, The Conjuring 2.
This is my home. Get out now.
No, this is not your house. Now, what's your name?
Knock, knock.
Very well. Who's there?
Bill.
Bill who?
My name is Bill Wilkins, and I'm 72 years old.
The voice on this tape is coming from an 11-year-old girl.
According to Peggy Hodgins, the haunting of her home at 284 Green Street in Enfield, North London, began in August 1977. Peggy, who lived there with her 4 children, Margaret, who was 12, Janet, 11, Johnny, 10, and Billy, 7, who claimed that she knew something was up after there was a crash upstairs. When Peggy went to investigate, she found Margaret and Janet cowering in the corner of the bedroom. "We told our mom the chest of drawers was moving toward the bedroom door," Janet said. She said, "Oh, don't be silly." But the chest then slid across the room. "I just couldn't believe it," Peggy said. "In fact, I pushed it back twice, and the third time, I couldn't move it." As a strange knocking noise seemed to spread through the house, Peggy went to get help. She first reached out to a neighbor and then the police. When police officer Carolyn Heaps arrived on the scene, she said that she witnessed a chair moving on its own. She said it came off the floor maybe half an inch. "And I saw it slide off to the right about 3.5 or 4 feet before it came to rest." And with that, the Enfield haunting had just begun. As time went on, the strange events at 284 Green Street seemed to escalate. Graham Morris, a Daily Mirror photographer who visited the house at the family's request, described chaos, saying, "Things started flying around. People were screaming. And then Morris himself got hit by a flying Lego." Eerily, the Enfield poltergeist seemed particularly focused on 11-year-old Janet. "I was used and abused," Janet recalled. Some unknown force, she said, yanked her through the air and forced her to levitate. Additionally, Janet began speaking in the gravely voice of an older man, and it said, "Just before I died, I went blind, and then I had a hemorrhage, and I fell asleep, and I died in the chair in the corner downstairs," the voice said. But the voice said it through Janet on a recorded audio. Chillingly, a former occupant of the house named Bill Wilkins had died in that same exact way years earlier. By 1978, the so-called Enfield haunting had attracted the attention of American paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. As depicted in the Conjuring 2 film, the Warrens came to England to investigate. Though their involvement was not expansive as it was in the film, the Warrens did study the case and conclude that it was an authentic haunting. Now, you couldn't record the dangerous, threatening atmosphere inside the little house, Ed Warren later said, but you could film the levitations, teleportations, dematerializations of people and objects that were happening there. Not to mention the many hundreds of hours of tape recordings made of these spirit voices speaking loud in the rooms. To some, the Enfield haunting was nothing more than just an elaborate prank. Skeptics claimed that Janet made up the voice of Bill Wilkins herself, and that her mother encouraged her for attention and fame. Perhaps the most damning, investigators once caught the children bending spoons. Janet admitted to doing that, but said that she and her siblings were just trying to see if anyone could tell the difference. And Janet insisted that they faked paranormal events just 2% of the time. The family's defenders also point out that Peggy Hodgins had nothing to gain from spreading the story. Checkbook journalism, as the Daily Mirror photographer Morris put it, simply didn't exist at the time. In any case, the hauntings trickled to a mysterious end in 1979. Though the family says they sometimes experience slightly strange things after the haunting, like odd noises. Nothing extreme happened in later years. That said, their chilling experience has stuck with them to this day. "It stays with you, every step of the way," Margaret said. "It's just like death, really. It gets a little bit easier as time goes on, but the fears and the memories of it is what happened. It never leaves you." And Janet, who experienced most of the haunting, dismisses the views of skeptics. who say that she and her family made it up. They made up the whole Enfield poltergeist. She says, "I don't care what they think. I know what happened, and I know it was real." This was the true story behind The Conjuring 2. In the mid-20th century, there were a family that had dark secrets, as the mother practiced witchcraft as a teenager, but has not done so in years. One summer, the family went to an old summer house that the mother would visit as a kid up until her senior year in high school. They meet up with her friend and her family. While at the beach, her son walks away from the group because, as he told his mother, he saw someone that looks just like his dad but dressed differently. The mom got worried because that made her think about something in her past called the tethered, also known as the doppelganger. She told her son to stay with her, and she kept a close eye on him while vacationing. On the fourth night of the vacation, the daughter just so happened to walk past the front window, and she looked out the window as she noticed 4 people at the end of their driveway. In real life, she told her father about what she saw, and he went out there. When the father went out there, he let them know that he would call the police if they do not leave. Once he noticed they wouldn't leave, he went inside and he actually called the police. When he looked outside after calling, he noticed that they were gone. When the police came, he made a report, but nothing came of it. The next day, they left and went home. The next week, the kids started school, and there was no mention of the vacation situation. As the school year went on, things started to get weird for the children. People at their school started to treat them differently. The kids didn't know why. Some of their friends said they were acting differently. They were being told about situations that they had no idea about. One of the daughter's friends said that she was talking to her, but there was no response, and the same for the son and his friends. One night, everything changed when the husband heard someone whispering, "Hey," from outside. His front window was open, so he looked in the direction of the voice and saw what looked like the same people that he saw in the driveway at the summer house. The father went outside and started yelling at the people, and he called the police again. When they came, the people weren't there again. The police questioned the neighbors, and they didn't see anything. The father didn't understand how no one saw these people. The wife became worried because a neighbor came to talk to her and asked why her husband was outside yelling because there was nobody out there with him. The kids became distant from their friends, and the father was more quiet than usual, but he kept seeing the same people. One night, he told his wife that from a distance, they looked just like their family, and every time he would confront them from afar, the man would mirror everything he was doing. In the middle of the school year, everything changed when the father saw the same 4 people at their house again. This time, they were bloody. He woke up his wife frantically, along with the children, and told them that something was wrong. The mother let the kids know that something bad might happen and told her husband that she has something to tell him. She told him about her past and that she thinks something followed them from the summer house and that it was called the tether. It is some sort of being that feeds off your evil thoughts. The thoughts you don't act on because it's basically against the law. That same night, the wife's best friend and her family were murdered, but the time frame is a little sketchy on when it happened. The rest of the night is sort of sketchy because that same family was arrested for the murder of the wife's friend's family and are all now telling their story while locked up for the criminally insane. But if you ask the mother who killed her friends, she only answers with one word: us. Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023. A trailer dropped for a new movie. The trailer begins with a boy talking with the actor Russell Crowe, who was playing the main character. But what most people don't know is that the character is based on a real person. His name is Gabriel Amorth, the chief exorcist of the Vatican. He has conducted over 100,000 exorcisms in his life and has witnessed some of the scariest stuff that you would think only happens in movies. This is the Pope's Exorcist, the true story, what really happened.
Nightmare Files.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. I'd like to begin with something that you've said in your book, and that is that the devil is lodging in the Vatican. With all of the allegations we've seen recently of sex involving priests, do you believe that is the devil's work?
Beh sì, intendiamoci, il demonio tenta tutti.
Well, yes, the devil tempts everyone. He tempts everyone in every environment. In particular, he tempts those on top, in politics, in economics, in sport. And naturally, he tempts above all the religious leaders. So you shouldn't be surprised if the devil tempts those in the Vatican. That's his job.
Per visione Spiritus Sancti, e per ordinandomi nel nome nostro Spirito Adulizio, e per l'intercessione di Vergine Maria, dicasi il nome. No! No! Quanti siete? 80 fratelli! Quanti? Quanti ce ne sono? Quanti ce ne sono con te? Quanti diavoli ci sono con te? 80 capi! 80 gatti.
As the Vatican's chief exorcist, Father Gabriel Amorth was often asked to help people whose troubles turned out to be far more mundane than demonic possession. However, he was convinced that he faced evil incarnated one morning in 1997, when a young Italian man was brought to his small consulting room in Rome. He was accompanied by his priest and another man. The other man was a translator. For a while, the afflicted man spoke only Italian. The evil spirit inside him spoke perfect English. Father Amorth started the exorcism in Latin. In the moment that he mentioned Jesus' name, the young man fixed his gaze on him and began to yell curses and threats in English, then spitting and making out as he was about to attack him. When the exorcist arrived at the prayer, "I command you," the demon briefly went quiet, but then screaming and howling, the demon burst forth and looked straight at him, drooling with saliva from the young man's mouth. And Father Amorth continued the rite of liberation, demanding the demonic presence reveal its name. He was shocked when he was told that it was Lucifer himself. Momentarily he was shaken, but he continued what he was doing. The possessed man resumed his shrieking, twisting his head back and forth and rolling his eyes. His back arched for about 30 minutes straight without moving. The room became extremely cold and ice crystals formed on the windows and walls. Moments after the exorcist ordered Lucifer to abandon the peasant, The young man's body stiffened and began to levitate, hovering 3 feet in the air for several minutes before collapsing into a chair. Finally, Satan admitted defeat, announcing the exact day and hour when he would leave the man's body. It sounds fake, but multiple people who were there said the same exact story. Father Emmerich was the Catholic Church's most famous and controversial exorcist, but he was far from the only one. There are at least 400 in the world. Even in the skeptical UK, the church says it's carrying out an increasing number of exorcisms. Most of his colleagues prefer to practice their peculiar craft in the shadows, but Father Emmerich was more than happy to discuss how he fought the powers of darkness. The Bible records that Jesus himself drove out demons, but provides few details, leaving Hollywood to fill the blanks. Even in 1973, the film The Exorcist remains the go-to reference work. Its story of a little girl transformed into a projectile vomiting, blaspheming horror loosely based on real-life exorcism in the US. Father Emmerich said it was his favorite film, arguing that although the special effects were over the top, it was pretty accurate and helped people understand his work. The possessed isn't a bad person, only a suffering one, he claimed. The youngest of 5 sons of a lawyer in the town of Modena, Father Emmerich fought as a teenager in the Italian resistance in World War II, earning a bravery medal. He later became a lawyer himself and briefly worked for the future Italian Prime Minister before taking holy orders in 1951. It was in 1986 that he became an apprentice exorcist, and he went on to set up the International Association of Exorcists in 1990. He initially conducted exorcisms in Rome's famous Church of Holy Stairs, until the shrieks drove away the faithful. He then moved to the headquarters of his order and converted a small 9x15 room into his exorcism room, well away from the street so passers-by couldn't hear the screaming and call the police. Chairs lined the walls for his assistant exorcists and the loved ones, and the worn-out brown velvet armchair for the patient. Particularly troubled souls might have to be tied down with the straps on a small bed. The patient would always be violent, so exorcists never practiced alone. The walls were decorated with 8 crucifixes, pictures of Mary and different angels. He would also have a photo of Pope John II, which apparently made devils particularly irritable. The priest kept the tools of his trade in an old briefcase, 2 wooden crucifixes, holy water, and a vial of concentrated oil. He also used a purple priest stole, wrapping it around the patient's neck, and a book of prayers containing the official exorcism formula. He was famous for his sense of humor, not the obvious prerequisite for an exorcist, and always started off each ritual by literally thumbing his nose at the devil. According to Marcello Stanzione, during an exorcism, a demon accused him of being a glutton. "Well, what is it to you?" he shot back. A favorite Emmerich thing to say was, "You know why the devil flees when he sees me? Because I'm uglier than he is." Although the Catholic Church officially recognizes exorcism, its modernizers see it as a medieval hangover that plays on superstition to strengthen religious devotion. Father Emmerich freely admitted many who came to him had mental problems best dealt with by psychologists, and he estimated he only came across around 100 genuine cases of possession. Early in his career, he helped an exorcist named Negrini in northern Italy with a supposedly possessed 14-year-old girl. When Father Emmerich joined Negrini in a session with the girl, he asked the demon, "Why have you taken this girl?" It replied, "Because she is the best of the parish." It took Negrini another 12 years to free the girl, said Stanzione. Father Emmerich would carry out some exorcisms on the telephone and even on Skype. Appointments lasted on an average of 30 minutes, and Father Emmerich could conduct 5 every morning, doing paperwork in between. Typical symptoms of demonic possession could be mundane, such as violent headaches and stomach cramps, he said, so it was easy to confuse it with an ordinary illness. He often wouldn't know for sure until he had conducted the rituals and observed the reaction. He said the devil particularly hated hearing Latin and often preferred to speak in English, even when the possessed person couldn't usually speak a word of it. They also liked to spit, Experienced exorcists hold a cloth near their face in readiness. And rather more alarmingly, vomit shards of glass or pieces of iron and even rose petals. Father Emmerich kept a collection of regurgitated nails, keys, and plastic figurines to prove it. On one occasion, he claimed that a devil said a possessed woman would throw up a transistor radio, and sure enough, she began spitting out pieces of it. Almost supernatural strength was not infrequent. Father Emmerich said he once saw a possessed boy of 11 hurling off 3 big policemen as they tried to hold him down, and the 10-year-old pick up a huge table. In 90% of his cases, Father Emmerich blamed Satanists, or anybody that deals with Satan. The remaining cases he blamed on people participating in practices such as seances. Most of those he saw were middle-aged women, a fact blamed for the weakness of seeing fortune tellers who remained very popular in Italy. Just months before the priest's death in 2016, William Friedkin, the Oscar-winning director of The Exorcist, became the first person to be allowed to film him perform an actual exorcism. The resulting documentary makes for unsettling viewing as the patient, an Italian woman in her late 30s, thrashes violently, shouting defiance in guttural voice that, for whatever reason, simply doesn't sound human or even match her face. Father Emmerich believed that the woman was genuinely possessed after being cursed by her brother and his girlfriend, who were Satanists. Friedkin, an agnostic who hadn't expected to see anything authentic, said the experience was terrifying. Top neurosurgeons and psychiatrists he showed his film to were genuinely perplexed. Skeptics might wonder why only those who genuinely believe in the devil seem to be possessed by him. Father Emmerich often says that the devil is always hiding, and the thing he wants above all is that people don't believe he exists. It is said that Father Emmerich has found out secrets about the Vatican that he did not agree with, but he hasn't told many people about it. But this was the Pope's exorcist, the true story, what really happened. In 2022, the world is being introduced to a new movie by Jordan Peele. Alien abductions and miracles are said to happen often. But are they true? These are the possible stories behind Jordan Peele's movie, Nope.
Nightmare Files.
When numerous residents of Berkshire County, Massachusetts individually reported having seen a UFO on September 1st, 1969, authorities were at a loss for an explanation. This wasn't a lone sighting induced by sleep deprivation that could be easily dismissed. It truly appeared as though something crazy had happened. On the evening in question, residents spotted lights above Sheffield in the southern Berkshires. Many of the witnesses said that the lights were fitted to an unidentified dish-shaped craft that was maneuvering in weird ways. Some witnesses claimed that they lost track of time as they gazed with stunned fascination at the object. Thomas Reed was 9 years old at the time. In a car with his mother, brother, and grandmother that night, the family noticed a group of glowing orbs dash out of the roadside trees. Reed claims that something astounding happened when heading home. His family approached Sheffield Bridge. It came to a stop off the right side of the road, he recalled of the glowing orbs. Everything got really calm. It was like being in the middle of a hurricane. There was like a barometric change in pressure. It was just like a dead silence. Then there was an eruption of crickets and frogs, and it got really loud all at once, and that was it. Then the family suddenly found itself back in the car. But they had lost 2 hours of memory. But even stranger, Reed's mother and grandmother had somehow switched their seats. Despite any tangible evidence of the Berkshire's UFO incident, Reed has remained steadfast in his account. He said over time, the family regained some memory of the incident, including having been in a hangar-like facility with other people. We encountered something, Reed said. It was definitely not of this world. This hangar thing was huge. It was like 2 football fields. This hallway that we had seen was circular with a wide configuration almost to control the flow of traffic. It's important to remember that Reed was one of dozens of people who reported witnessing a UFO in the Sheffield area that night. Some were adults who called into the local radio station to report the sighting. Others were children who began drawing the UFOs in class. There must have been 20 or 30 sketches that were drawn by children in our 4th grade class from what they saw, said Reed. They hung underneath in the class doorboard in Sheffield Center School. A lot of those drawings hang in Roswell Museum today. People don't realize the significance of this. And so, it wasn't just us. On October 21st, 1978, Australian pilot Frederick Valentique disappeared into thin air. It was during a 125 nautical mile training flight aboard his Cessna over the Bass Strait between Tasmania and the Australian mainland that the incident occurred. It is important to note that the 20-year-old, who was an enthusiast of alien stories and UFOlogy, was a fairly experienced pilot. At 7:06 p.m., at 4,500 feet after departing to reach King Island, Valentique reported that an unidentified craft was following him. Melbourne Flight Service insisted that there was no traffic near him, but the pilot was adamant a large vessel was on his tail. He explained that it had 4 bright lights and suddenly passed 1,000 feet above him in remarkable speed. For 5 straight minutes, Valentique described its movement and shiny metallic exterior. Suddenly, Valentique experienced engine trouble. Melbourne Flight Service asked him once again what the circle looked like. "It is hovering and it's not an aircraft," were his final words. The last sound radio officials heard was a metallic scraping sound. Authorities presumed that he crashed, but a later search of the area yielded nothing. Not even the Australian Department of Transportation could find answers. In 2014, however, new claims came to light. A UFO action group in Victoria alleged that an unidentified farmer observed a UFO nearly 90 feet in length, hovering above his farm on the morning following Valentíque's disappearance. More importantly, the farmer claimed that the pilot's plane was stuck to the UFO, leaking oil, while the farmer said that he scratched the airplane's registration number on his tractor. He never came forward, claiming that the ridicule he'd received from his peers after telling them discouraged him. Unfortunately, the Victorian UFO group never managed to identify the man. For the UFO Action Group lead investigator George Simpson, he was definitely frustrated. It's easy for some to dismiss, but there's a corroborating story confirming there was a UFO near Adelaide at the time, he said. This was an experienced pilot who should have been able to identify another aircraft, but was clearly unable to. Ultimately, only a few possibilities regarding the disappearance of Frederick exist. That he crashed and his remains were never recovered. That he purposefully disappeared. Or, of course, that he was abducted by entities we don't yet understand. It was October 11th, 1973, when Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson, they went fishing in Mississippi. At first, when Parker saw the blue lights reflected in the water, he thought the police came to tell them to leave. "A big light came out of the clouds," Parker recalled. "It was a blinding light. It was hard to tell with the light so bright, but it looked like it was shaped like a football. I would say, just estimating, it was about 80 feet. It made very little sound. It was just a hissing noise." Parker then claimed that 3 legless creatures floated out of the vessel toward him. He described all 3 as having mitten-shaped claws, while one was neckless and gray. The other appeared to be more feminine. When one of them tried to wrap its hands around Parker's neck, his natural response of fear oddly subsided. "I think they injected us with something to calm us. I was kinda numb and I went along with the program." Parker alleged that he and Hickson were taken aboard an alien vessel and experimented on. Afterward, the 2 terrified fishermen found themselves back on the riverbank as though nothing had happened. They drove to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office and told Captain Glenn Ryder and Sheriff Fred Diamond the entire story. When I got in there, they had me. It was kind of weird, Hickson told the police. There were no seats, no chain. They just moved me around. I couldn't resist them. I just floated and felt no sensation, no pain. They kept me in that position a little while. Then they'd raise me back up. Hickson claimed that a machine resembling a giant eye looked over his entire body. He said he was surrounded by inhumane, 5-foot-tall looking people. Captain Ryder didn't believe the two men. He stepped out of the interrogation room, but left a secret recording device running in hopes of obtaining the proof that their alien stories were fabricated. But what he later heard on his recording made him think twice. Jesus Christ, God have mercy. I thought I'd been through enough of hell on this earth, and now I've got to go through something like this, said Hickson to Parker. But they could have, I guess they could have harmed us. They could have done anything to us. I just want to cry right now, added Parker. What's so damn bad about it is nobody's going to believe us. With no physical evidence of their abduction, the alien story remains a mystery. Parker stayed quiet about the event for decades, but after Hickson's death in 2011, he wrote a 2018 book on the matter. Its publication prompted others to come forward, claiming that they too had seen a UFO that night. It makes me feel pretty good I'm not the only one who saw something, he said. Most of the people are credible people. These were the true stories possibly behind Jordan Peele's movie, Nope.